This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam. And I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such a material motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come about Lord to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of the person who involved you in murder?
Are these people in very high positions yet? Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 67. I am your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we got an exciting one for the All-Wire frequency. This is.
I think this one's going to be good.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
I think we dove pretty deep
reading
on
about
this
it.
one.
I mean, I guess I'm interested in reading about most of our topics, but this one I thought I discovered some intriguing stuff that I didn't know. I learned some interesting things.
Yeah. I think we both did.
It's a piece of history that I think is not really appreciated, and it's interesting because it has a meta dimension, which is something that I appreciate about what we've done on this podcast, I think, and that we've kind of had some reflectiveness about the medium that we're involved in, and I feel that this is something that touches the history of this medium.
It cuts pretty close to the bone, I would say. In terms of the oversized influence that this organization had that we're going to be discussing, and this was on our docket of episodes to get to. I think since the very beginning. I think we tabled this one for a long time. I think around the time we were researching for the Aquino episode, or the Aquino episodes, we discovered some things about KPFA, everyone's favorite alternative radio station, everyone's favorite cool, radical, provocative, listener-supported, totally not funded by some of the sussest NGOs in the history of the 20th century and American imperialism, just totally free and whatever.
I actually had never heard of KPFA until this podcast with you. But
no, it definitely is, and I was born in Berkeley, California, not far from the first radio transmitter towers of this radio station, and I would say that my parents weren't hippies, so I didn't grow up listening to KPFA all the time. They weren't that type of Bay Area libs. But definitely as I got a little older, into high school, and I would go hang out in Berkeley a lot, you'd start to kind of pick up on it, and you'd see bumper stickers for KPFA and Pacifica Radio everywhere. And I think around in high school, I kind of dialed into it, and I liked it for many years. I would kind of listen to it whenever I was back in the Bay, and I started, I think, listening to it even in podcast format maybe 6 or 7 years ago. Around the time I first started listening to all kinds of stuff, including more conspiracy adjacent things. But for a while, it felt at least there's KPFA and KPFK also down in Los Angeles.
Right,
one of its affiliates.
WBAI is the New York one, but I had
yes, which a lot of people have worked in at various points. I think Dave Emery broadcast out of WBAI. I think so, or he was rebroadcast on it. I think Ed Opperman even worked there when he was a young dude, maybe back in the 70s or the 80s. But it was that was a hub for any kind of countercultural alternative media activity, was one of these three stations. And then they had another one in Houston, which I think got firebombed a few times by the Klan, I think in the 70s. And then they have one in Washington, D.C. So I think it's still 5 stations that have been in various degrees of growth or turmoil or financial distress. Particularly WBAI has had a lot of problems in the last 10, 15 years, but it all started way back in Berkeley, California in the late 1940s with the KPFA station, and the organization that was founded to basically manage it and then manage the other stations when they came online, which was the Pacifica Foundation. And so like I said, if you grow up in the Bay Area and you have a more left-wing or alternative kind of orientation, it's very natural to gravitate towards something like KPFA. And really, I mean, we still see some people might be more familiar with some of the kind of newer offshoots of the Pacifica Foundation. I think the biggest one is probably Democracy Now!, which is produced by Pacifica. So everybody knows Democracy Now!, right? Which again is a kind of thing that when you're a teenager and you discover it, you're like, oh, great, finally, there's a news broadcast out there that's actually telling it like it is and having on people that stand up, that speak truth to power, and they're criticizing, the Bush administration, or they're kind of gently criticizing the Obama administration. But I don't know how you feel about Democracy Now!, but I feel like that ship really kind of sailed for me.
Either way, I've never actually been a big fan of Democracy Now!. I feel like I was not ever as invested in any of these, programs or stations or outlets as maybe you would sometime.
Well, Democracy Now! is always big.
I've listened to Democracy Now!. I've listened to interviews with Green Party candidates or whatever on Democracy Now! What's her name? Amy Goodman?
Amy Goodman.
Yeah.
I'm Amy Goodman. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
just kind of the Jill Stein to the NPR of the Daily Show, I guess you could say. She's been at it for a long time, but over the years I think I probably discovered it during the Bush era and thought it was cool, probably in the same way a lot of people thought Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart were sticking it to the man or whatever back then. And it seemed Democracy Now! was principled, and they really care about they're willing to call out, they wouldn't call it the U.S. empire, but they kind of gesture in that direction. But then especially over the last decade, I started to notice one thing after another that they would be kind of co-signing or uncritically supporting, whether it was I think Syria and Libya were big turning points for me in terms of how they covered those conflicts, because there basically was no daylight between the mainstream BBC, New York Times imperialist coverage of what was going on in Syria, and Democracy Now! Is just brutal gas killing animal Assad is at it again, and I have some sus person. I have Daniel Ellsberg here to tell me why we need a no-fly zone, and just annoying shit like that, and using people like Noam Chomsky or Daniel Ellsberg, these kind of sus individuals that we've kind of pointed out before, and even some of the alt media people, and this is going to be highly relevant because it gets to the through line that we're trying to track today, which is the massive influence, the almost central influence of Pacifica Radio on the development and rise of all the so-called alternative media. And maybe I think
the very idea of political alternative media is something that really KPFA had a huge impact in originating, which I didn't fully appreciate prior to doing.
Yeah, I didn't quite either, for that matter. I mean, I knew that it was influenced.
And in fact, when they were first floating this idea, the founders of it way back in the 40s, the late 40s, right?
The late 1940s.
Yeah, people were skeptical. They're like, what? Radio is political? Now it's a matter of course that you can somehow be doing politics by listening to your favorite podcast, or there are these bizarre political formations of the DSA that have this parasitic relationship with various podcasts and things like that, people are politically participate through all these different social media channels that are sort of para radio things like Instagram and podcasts, like just had a huge media a huge revolution in terms of how people consume media and participate politically. I think that it's one of those things kind of like where people are now sort of appreciating Twitter and other forms of social media and their political impact, like Facebook. Like after 2016, they were like, before that, in like 2012, people were able to be like, the internet doesn't matter, Like, I mean, that's just stuff people were saying online. And then
that's
after
what some people were saying.
It was like, then after 2016, it was like, wait a minute, like this is an emergency,
Yes. No, I think that was for a lot of like normie liberals that was how they experienced it. But I remember kind of going back to like the Green Revolution in Iran, where like CNN heavily promoted that. It's like, it's the first Facebook revolution. And then the Arab Spring protests, where the importance of things like Twitter and Facebook became very central to the narrative that was in the U.S. media, at least, of like how these things were being organized. And even, to be honest, I think it was a thing that people like in the Occupy movement also seized upon, the use of these new social media technologies to kind of create alternative media spaces that could get their message out. And a lot of it was kind of buoyed by the optimism of like, look what the Egyptians were able to do. They were able to throw out their corrupt US-backed dictator and like make him, basically step down by just having flash mobs and, organizing faster than any security services could track. There's this real ridiculous optimism that like normal people just like interacting in large mass groups on social media, like somehow like we're moving too fast for various national security apparatuses to like track them, which I think was completely not true.
Yeah, I mean, among young people, there was a lot of enthusiasm about the radical potential of these technologies, which of course was extremely naive, but I think that there generally wasn't a full appreciation for the political ramifications of this stuff. And also I think that it has a different dimension to it when you're talking about the Arab Spring, for instance, because there's an idea that this is just like an appendage to the public sphere in a free country, whereas in an authoritarian country like Egypt, which to be fair, like, it was an authoritarian country, in many ways, like insofar as the authoritarian is like a meaningful term, which it really isn't, but like there definitely are things to that designation, but I think that had an aspect.
No, you're right, because it was inherently subversive in those countries, and I think there was a lot of naivete, some of which I probably imbibed into some degree of thinking. It's what it's very similar to, and we will get back to this, but it's similar to how the kind of exoteric way that people like Tim Leary would talk about LSD as basically, they invented this technology, like the military and the CIA, to basically use it for nefarious purposes, but then it escaped from the lab, and like now we're turning it back against them, and like haha blowback, and like psychedelic blowback basically, and like the imperialists just like didn't own goal once again. They've just these dumb old dudes just like totally messed up and gave us the means by which we will hang them. It's like, did they really like not think about it before they gave it to you? And I mean, I think you could maybe say a similar thing about just like radio in general. There's obviously, I don't know, there's parallels you can make between the radio and the internet, between the radio and social media, and all these other things.
My original point was that the phenomenon of microblogging or Twitter or posting on Facebook and things like that, and the political ramifications of that, which are now widely appreciated as transformative, even in the United States, that's something that people will eventually reflect upon with regard to podcasts, I think.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that.
And as like a political phenomenon.
And I think you're right. The idea has matured now in a kind of mainstream mainstream consciousness that posting can be like actual political action and stuff like that. Like basically having a media platform is like doing activism or doing political action, even doing like revolutionary political action, you know? I mean, or it's something that's dangerous that like now we need to control it somehow because look at all these MAGA people, like this is people were appreciating kind of, I think maybe kind of naively investing in the power and the positive potential of it, and then also kind of like freaking out maybe in some cases a little too much about the dark potential, but I think there is a potential there, and I think everybody kind of recognizes that it does play a role.
There's a very clear lineage. We should definitely get back to KPFA and start from the beginning, there's definitely a clear lineage from Lewis Hill, the real founder of KPFA, and his vision for the radio station. There's a clear lineage from him to like Amber Frost on Chapo saying like, we're doing propaganda, like we're creating the revolution, like with our stupid show, you know. There's a very direct line from what he envisioned to the reality that we live in now, where people think that they're doing Marxist-Leninist practice through their podcast that is going to create a revolution. And a lot of the time, in fact, there's sus aspects of that you can draw out in this history. These ideas aren't free of their dark side.
Here, that's the thing. That's really what we're going to get into today is how did KPFA become the alternative, and what did that entail, and who helped them get there, and what kind of compromises did they have to make in their formative decades to become that alternative hegemon. And I think, as we'll find out, some pretty yikes compromises had to be made that I think that ended up being inextricable from the rise of alternative media itself. And I think perhaps provides a little more perspective and a guide into how we should look at things like alternative media in general, and perhaps exercise a little bit more revolutionary skepticism about some of these things.
Yes, and in fact, I think there definitely were compromises, and there were breaks within the organization and rifts and fractionalism within it, but also there were some things from the very beginning, from the inception, that are a bit off about this project. Because one of the big things, I think, is that when you hear Pacifica Radio, you might think, oh, it's called Pacifica because it's started in California and there's the Pacific Ocean. But that's not why it's called that. It's called that because it had an ideological commitment from the very beginning to pacifism, which doesn't sound weird. Really, it sounds good. Like, everyone loves peace. You know, I'm from the religion of peace. As we all know, that's what Islam is, the religion of peace. And but everyone likes the idea of peace. FDR even said that all Americans are pacifists, as someone quoted in one of the books.
And to be fair, everybody, from Nazis to members of the Comintern not the Nazis themselves, but people who maybe were German sympathizers or Nazi sympathizers in the U.S., everyone across the American political spectrum, from liberals to conservatives to Marxists to pacifists to fascists, they all kind of had a kind of non-interventionist pacifist orientation, or at least claimed to on the surface, and it was described in this book that we're going to go. It was it was.
They go to war unless it's necessary. In theory, of course, it's every war is necessary in theory. Obviously they're not all true, but if you're a pacifist in World War II, there are sometimes people who there's ideological adjacencies to that, which are obvious, perhaps, if you think about it for a second. Some people maybe are just naive and they just want to, be peaceful, or they're Quakers or something. And then there's people who have other motives for wanting to be pacifists in World War II as Americans.
People that didn't want us to wage war against the Nazis,
and destroy the best of our race in a pointless conflict. This is the kind of the Charles Coughlin, America First, the Silver Shirts, that whole kind of a network of people. But basically, just to ground this, in the 1930s, a lot of people were pacifists, but as the
the book we're going to draw from, which is by Matthew Lazar, I think is his name, which was, what was the name of it? It was The Rise of Pacifica Radio?
Yeah, it's The Rise of Pacifica, I think. It was from the 90s, yeah. And he wrote another, like, short
Pacifica, Pacifica Radio, The Rise of an Alternative Network, that was published in 1999. Pretty good resource for, and a good dissection of, like, what these competing kind of like the kind of ideological motivations behind the beginning of it, and like how that really kind of got interestingly twisted around. But also, you're right, there was some seeds of weirdness in, you know, the very beginning. And Lazar says that, you know, while pacifism was widely embraced by almost everybody in the 30s, by the time World War II started happening and the Nazis invaded Poland and then Western Europe, and then particularly when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, that was a big moment where all of the socialists and communists basically abruptly abandoned pacifism, which is something that Lewis Hill, the founder of KPFA, would like never forgive them for. Which is kind of like funny. It's just like, yeah, like it was just like the ultimate betrayal to him that, you know, these Marxists who he was already leery of would, you know, they weren't really committed to pacifism because like the most vicious genocidal death machine in history was like invading the only socialist country, and they wanted to resist that. So I guess that made them evil and authoritarian. But then, you know, he found himself like kind of a bit of a loner at that point, because especially after Pearl Harbor, because then all the liberals, the conservatives, even a lot of right-wing folks basically got on board with the war effort, and it became almost like the constituency absolutely like fizzled out by, you know, 1942. And so, you know, we're going to go through the history here, but I think before we go any further, it's very important to note who Lewis Hill was and where he came from, because it's kind of a recurring theme throughout KPFA.
An interesting fact, just to give you a picture, like from before we move on from this, from Matthew Lazar's book, he writes that pacifists, like including Lewis Hill, often regarded stories about Nazi atrocities as anti-German propaganda. Similar to false stories circulated during the First World War. So they were like, that's all from Adrian's Ends, you know, they were like all that stuff about, and speeches Must,
not the best take in retrospect.
A.J. Must who's the most prominent American pacifist. He reminded his audience that European powers had failed to negotiate a just peace after the First World War, and that Hitler's racism was hardly unique, since England and France also justified their imperial conquest with racist ideology. That is true. Another total war would exhaust Europe and elevate the United States, also a racially segregated society, to imperial superpower status. Well, you know, not wrong, but still also like
wrong, but still,
a little bit cynically deployed. Finch,
exactly.
Hill, and others thought that a war with Germany would simply set the stage for a much larger conflict, a showdown with the Soviet Union. We were very clear on this point. It was a way by which we would be led into war against the communists. They also feared that during the war, civil liberties would be suspended as they had been during World War I. Must called for pacifists to press for a negotiated settlement between Germany and the Allies. He used diplomacy to drive a wedge between Hitler and the German people. There is no cheap and easy way out, he argued, but the assumption that German people are a special breed of semi-humans who do not react to love and hate, good and evil, as do other men, is patently without foundation. It's funny because, it's interesting some of the takes about Stalinoids that would...
I was just thinking of Dwight MacDonald and, the guy, his friend having to tell him, clearly you don't see communists as human beings anymore, and you just think we should exterminate them.
Right.
Yeah, Dwight MacDonald, not going to come out... If there's any mass cult and mid-cult fans out there, which I used to be kind of a fan of that book, but now just reading through this, I was like, I'm gonna burn his book. Like, fuck this guy. Like, he's such a fucking asshole the whole time. Just like, the Stalinoids. Like, ugh. Anyways, so, okay, but who was Lewis Hill? How did this guy end up, like, being such an eclectic idealist that he thought that, like, the Allies and the Nazis could just break the sword? Interesting.
He literally thought that they should break the sword and, like, use mind war to fight the real enemy, which is war.
Yeah. I think he literally said so. I highlighted something that Hill said in this book that sounded exactly like Mind War. I think it was Hill that said it. There was something around the lines of like, we need to understand that like the enemy in war is not like the opponent. The enemy is like the problem or something. We just need to like attack the problem, instead of attacking each other. It's like sounds like very much like Mind War, which is not totally unrelated to all this. I
don't know what this quote is from, but it does associate it with Lewis Hill. It's both in the months following Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, both men went to CO camps, conscientious objector camps, out of strong convictions about the nature of violence. They agreed with Must, reflecting the teachings of Gandhi that, so I guess A.J. Must said this, your real enemy is not a person, someone whom you can shoot and thus solve your problem, but learn behaviors that could be unlearned through example. So, yeah, Liu's attitude was that modern war so far exceeds all talk about traditional honor and right and wrong that it becomes ridiculous to even deal with it in those terms, Finch later said. Although Hill could have easily gotten an F4 status, medical exemption, he registered as a conscientious objector and went to Colville. Which was conscientious objector camp. So
and that's where the germ of this idea would start. But before we go any further, again, who is Lewis Hill? How did this weirdo get so wrapped up in like the idea of pacifism? What really drew him? Is this something maybe in his background or something? Well, let's look into his background. And I think this is interesting in light of what some people on Twitter have said over the years about like certain podcasters, and maybe they have certain backgrounds that are a little more elite connected despite their Marxist politics and all that stuff. So Lewis Hill had been born on May 1st. That's very ironic, on May Day, 1919, in Kansas City, Missouri, to a pair of, quote, empire builders, as his wife, Joey Cole Hill, once put it. His father, Johnson D. Hill, a lawyer, had moved from Missouri to Tulsa in the Oklahoma Territory. While visiting the city of Bartlesville, he met and married Laura Phillips. Laura's older brother, Frank Phillips, was soon to become the living symbol of the self-made Southwest oil millionaire. A one-time singing barber who married into a prosperous Iowa banking family, Frank Phillips had taken advantage of the breakup of the Oklahoma Indian Territory to obtain fields rich with oil. Talk about Reed settlers. By the late 1920s, the Phillips Petroleum Company, with its chain of Phillips 66 gas stations along legendary Route 66, had become a byword for jazz-age prosperity. Johnson Hill, Lewis's father, also went into the oil business, and later he bought an insurance company. Young Lewis grew up in an atmosphere of sudden wealth. He spent time at his uncle's majestic ranch in Bartlesville, and this is interesting, where Frank Phillips entertained the likes of Hollywood cowboy Tom Mix, Herbert Hoover, and evangelist Amy Semple McPherson. The famous mansion was noted for its halls filled with medieval sculpture and Frank Phillips' gigantic study. In a letter to a friend, Lewis once described his home life as combining, quote, corporate wealth, romantic ladies, and unlimited scotch and soda. So I just want to add the note in there. Tom Mix, that was a guy who popped up a lot in McGowan's Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon book. I want to say that he was the one that owned the log cabin that Frank Zappa moved into in the 60s. Yeah, so I'll double check that later, but definitely because you don't forget a weird name like Tom Mix, and I guess he was one of the sus lords of like the early the Hollywood golden years and whatever. But anyways, to the young Lewis Hill, he encountered pacifism, and then I guess he believed that these ideas proved that one did not need a socio-scientific plan like Marxism or liberalism to make a better world. One simply needed to believe and act accordingly. Quote, the mere conception that reality and present being consist in paradox, Hill wrote, and the dialectical proof that the only possible movement through paradox is a leap, are like a clean broom. All manner of positivist, phenomenalist, humanist rubbish is swept out, and the way is empty. Hill drew from, this is when he was at Stanford, I think reading a lot of Kierkegaard, who he's obsessed with.
He loved Kierkegaard, yeah.
And of course, he went where else? Stanford University, and he drew from his studies at Stanford a deeply optimistic belief in the power of the individual to reconstruct human relations. The foundation for this view, and later for his vision of listener-supported radio, was Kierkegaard's contention that one's relationship with others, like one's relationship to God, was based on a willfully constructed self based on faith. Thus, in a sense, one created human reality as one created God. After reading Martin Buber's I and Thou, Hill wrote to Finch, it was his friend he met in the CO camp, the real crux of the matter is, as Kierkegaard saw it, that an implacable paradox arises in the absolute existence of thou through the cognitive act of I. The paradox can only be lived subjectively. And he said sometimes this ideology, which placed so much primacy on, quote, inward nature, made Hill's friends nervous. A, quote, philosophy for desperados, Finch once said of Hill's interpretation of Kierkegaard. And, you know, he also, a funny quote here, many things, fantastic things, become possible through the definite determination to remain definite. Hill concluded, quote, Zionism and the Gandhian movement have always had this specificity. He also,
Great.
Somebody else named,
awesome.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very cool. He also, this is, if you want some real, right? If you want some real praxis,
the reading of Kierkegaard, that thing, just to reiterate, the idea that godly qualities such as love lay hidden from humanity. As the quiet lake invites you to look at it, but the mirror of darkness prevents you from seeing it, Kierkegaard wrote. So love's mysterious ground in God's love prevents you from seeing its source. Contact with God required a leap of faith. One had to create God, then submit to one's creation, as did Abraham when ordered by Jehovah to sacrifice his son to Isaac. In daily existence, one had to become a knight of faith. The capacity to create the eternal through belief meant the capacity to construct all reality through perception and belief. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not a big Kierkegaard guy, so I don't know how on point the reading of Kierkegaard that is, but yeah.
I mean, I read some Kierkegaard in high school. I got kind of turned on to it, you know, when I was still in Catholic school, and I definitely had a little phase of like existentialism. Yeah, like that makes sense. And like I read some Kierkegaard, but I mean, I liked kind of like, I don't know if Kierkegaard is saying create your own God. I don't know if he's like advancing a Setian line of reasoning that you should just like create a tulpa and then worship it. I think he like still, I don't know. I think what he's saying is like you have to like accept the fact that like you can't like logically like figure it out. I think he was more talking about how you have to like embrace like the uncertainty of it and like commit yourself to it. I don't know. But yeah, so maybe it's not the most awful misreading of it, but
create reality, which definitely has some truth. We talked about this before, how there's a certain level of consensus reality that does exist in things like the stock market, where we have as major social institutions that basically sustain themselves through belief. There's things like that definitely do ring true, or where with regard to which this definitely does ring true. But that is definitely a formative and decisive idea in KPFA's genesis.
Oh, yeah.
The idea that the main thing is transforming beliefs and ideological orientation to reality, that you can change reality to change people's minds.
Yes,
and that
exactly.
Can be a vanguard in this. Yes.
So like after the war, he lands in San Francisco, and he's kind of running around with a group of other people that were conscientious objectors, and he'd done a little bit of like advocacy work, like to basically get the government to treat them more nicely, you know, give them, I don't know. He actually wanted to abolish military conscription. He was super idealistic about, but like at the height of World War II, that was like not something most people were down with. And so, some COs, depending on your local draft board, like some were more generous and would just like send you home and accept your CO status. Others would throw you in jail. Other ones would put you in this like kind of civilian conservation corps camp out in the middle of nowhere to do make work jobs basically. And that's where Hill ended up. And then when he got back to SF, he kind of had this like dream of, hey, like maybe I can use this new ascendant technology of radio to advance a kind of a new anarcho-pacifist paradigm that can change people. And you're right. He was very all about the kind of, that I don't know, that basically, he was always kind of a very anti like materialist type person. He thought that thoughts and sentiments and like consciousness raising was kind of the way to get everybody to reject war. And what's interesting is that originally, when he got together this little group of people and, wrote a prospectus and tried to raise a little bit of money for it, originally the station was planned to be in Richmond, California, which is about 5 miles north of Berkeley in the East Bay, but it's a very different city than Berkeley. It was a working class city that was home to the Kaiser shipyards during World War II and had attracted a ton of like blue collar working class people there. A lot of them African American or Latino or people just from other parts of the country flooding in there. It was much more ethnically diverse and more proletarian, for lack of a better term, than Berkeley, which actually, I did not know this, but they actually elected as mayor the grandson of slaveholders, of like big time slaveholders in the 50s. So this was not, it was not the People's Republic of Berkeley yet. It was not Berserkly. Basically they did have a sophisticated kind of subset of the population there because of the university, but it was still mostly white, and they were not particularly happy about integrating with like Oakland or Richmond to their north and south, which had much heavier African American populations, et cetera. But the original idea of why they wanted to put it in Richmond is he wanted to broadcast to like a mass audience, and he wanted to do it on AM radio. And his whole philosophy was basically that if you like the original idea, correct me if I get it a little wrong, was that he would provide like a platform for open debate of people with of different political persuasions. And his belief was that the process of like mediation and conversation would bring people to greater levels of understanding with one another and be able to resolve like frictions and disputes and things like that.
It was a little bit more devious than that, actually. Well, really, what he had to do was there was this thing called like the Mayflower, I forget, Mayflower principle or something. It was
the Mayflower.
That no publicly funded, radio program or something like that could endorse a particular view. And that they, couldn't like take a certain stance. So he wanted to create, his whole view of this radio station was that it was going to promote pacifism. And you're right, like anarcho-pacifism, like this is in many ways an anarchist tradition. One could compare it to, or anarcho-syndicalism really is the most direct relative of it. Which would be more criticized by other anarchists like Murray Bookchin, but it has certain similarities with his ideas that you see in such things as the manifested in such things as the quote-unquote democratic confederalism.
Rojava, interesting.
Yes, there's definitely a similarity with some of these ideas, and these ideas of anarcho-syndicalism or pacifism, with things that are kind of in between. Not disenchanted with the free market, but also not really all about communism either. Democratic.
Not at all about communism with a capital C. Not at all.
Yeah.
And that will pop up again and again.
But basically, like, Lazar had a good quote. I'll see if I can find it. It was something about how, the questions, they would invite anyone they wanted on. Usually they would get, like, more left-wing people because once they had left-wing people on, the more reactionary people would be like, we're not coming on this communist show because, they would just be like, oh, you had this communist on, so this is a communist show, we're not coming on, But they would invite anyone on, but the thing is that they would ask them pacifist questions. The questions will be framed from a pacifist point of view. So whenever they, the pacifists would always win, basically, because they would be framing the entire thing.
Exactly. And the other thing that threw them a little curveball very early on is they had a lot of problems getting even like license, but like the biggest practical problem they had, so they were going to put this thing in Richmond, and it was going to be aimed at like a broad kind of like, you know, working class kind of audience, and it was going to be on the AM band, which was everywhere. But then they were rejected, I believe, in their, you know, their licensing application because the AM bands in the East Bay were like too crowded already, and they kind of saw this as like, oh, like it was they said it was too close to like one, you know, the local CBS and the NBC bands or whatever, and it would interfere with it, so you couldn't have an AM signal there. And so this was kind of devastating to them because they had to redraw their entire conception of KPFA, because the only thing that was available to them at that point was this new technology, FM radio, which is was not very big. I think people, I don't know, you know, I think a lot of people just assume that like AM FM radio just kind of grew up together and they were just different bands, but FM radio came actually quite later, and it didn't really start to get rolled out until I think like the 1950s. So this is a new technology. It was kind of like having like a Macintosh computer in like the early 80s or something like that. And actually that's an interesting thing too, because I think there was a computer club. Was it the Chaos Computer Club that was based out of Berkeley, where like the first, you know, computer users did their thing? But anyways, the only thing they could do was build an FM transmitter and get an FM, you know, a place on the FM dial. But the problem was it's also kind of like that reply to the Californian ideology thing where that woman was talking about like early adopters, like yuppies and stuff, like buying new technology and like the adoption curve. It was kind of like that dynamic where only like wealthy and kind of more upper income type people had FM transmitters at that time in like 1948, 49. And so they realized that they were going to have to build it in Berkeley. And then basically their target audience, and I think this is very similar to podcasting today, it was like a micro-targeted audience of like Berkeley intelligentsia were going to be the first audience of KPFA, because the signal really couldn't barely even get to San Francisco. Even parts of Oakland, you couldn't hear it. So it was basically the only people for maybe the first couple years that could actually listen to KPFA were people that lived in the Berkeley area and the Berkeley Hills in particular, which is where a lot of like writers and academics and like people with more money, like almost like your typical, your classic like rich granola liberal kind of crowd, but like the 1940s and 50s version of that had to be their audience. So I think you see that today with a lot of like alt media, where I think that certain podcasts like that are, you know, I don't know, that are pretending to like inspiring some kind of praxis, like they definitely have a certain like class character to them, and they're extremely popular with like narrow socioeconomic slices of people, right? It's like people of a certain demographic and socioeducational background who live in like Brooklyn or like parts of LA or San Francisco. You know what I mean? Like and they consciously did this at KPFA. They had to do it. There was no other way to basically attract patrons to it. So that ended up in the DNA of Pacifica Radio all the way through, and it even in a way like trickled down to like NPR, where everybody knows it's like a certain type of person listens to NPR mostly, right? It's tailored towards them. So like the type of programming they provided in their first decade especially was hyper focused on this like very well educated, pretty much like, you know, upper middle to higher income kind of person with like fancier or more eclectic kind of tastes and interests. And it really became the radio station for like slightly eclectic, well-off, you know, Berkeley intelligentsia types, right?
Yeah, just to clarify, it was the known as the Mayflower Doctrine, which they had to abide by, and it was a predecessor to the Fairness Doctrine. But before we get further into like the actual, you know, KPFA and its the formation of the radio station, this part was really like a very interesting part of Matthew Lazar's book that I thought was super interesting about Kenneth Rexroth, who eventually would appear on KPFA a fair amount. But at first, there was a little bit of acrimony between his idea of anarchism and the KPFA vision. And it was really within the anarcho circles that some of these debates were happening. So it was super interesting to me reading this. So Kenneth Rexroth You know, he was already committed to the black flag of anarchism by his late teens, as many anarchists are. So he, he grimaced at the sudden unveiling of portraits of George Washington at Communist Party meeting halls. Having moved to the West Coast by the time the United States entered the war, Rex Roth joined the Fellowship of Reconciliation's efforts to protect Japanese Americans from local hostility. That's chill. Like other socialist pacifists, Rex Roth believed that U.S. information in the war would produce something a lot worse than a heavy fog and a blacked-out London. We have got to keep hands joined. We will never get out on the other side. Okay. When summoned by his local draft board, he follows a conscientious objector, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so, you know, he established himself as a respected writer and poet in San Francisco. He actually appears in the Dharma Bums by Jack Kerouac as Reinhold Kakothes. He, you know, says, by God, I'm the only good one here. At least I've got an honest anarchist background. At least I had frost on my nose, boots on my feet, and protests in my mouth. But anyway, so he held court at his Libertarian Circle meetings, which usually took place in the studio of Richard Moore, an ex-University of California at Berkeley poetry student. There's a little bit more in here is funny, but this is interesting actually. So Moore, the ex-University of California poetry student, he managed to avoid either induction or the CPS experience simply by telling the truth at his selection service board examination. So just before reaching draft age, the Ballast Company of Jose Limon and May O'Donnell had recruited him as a dancer because the war had created a shortage of experienced men. At his induction interview, Moore was asked to declare his profession. I'm a poet, Moore replied. But how do you make a living? A board official asked. Well, I'm a ballet dancer, he elaborated. A troubled clerk led the potential draftee to a room where another examiner placed a paper towel on a chair before asking the young man to sit. Do you have an anal fixation or something like that? Moore asked. Ignoring the question, the official got to the point. Would you follow a direct order if it was given to you by your commander-in-chief? The poet/ballet dancer thought for a moment. It would depend on what the order is, he replied. As the clerk scribbled a few comments on a form, Moore seemed to glance. He had been classified 4F, psychotic/neurotic. Freed from the obligation to serve his country, Moore converted his flat into part of an underground railroad for conscientious objectors who went AWOL from their camps. They usually stayed at Moore's place on their way to Big Sur. They thought they could hide out in the wilds there, he later recalled, and they would get arrested by FBI agents in about 2 weeks or so. Interesting. Anyway, so...
Yeah, hiding out in Big Sur, even back then.
Yeah, it's funny that they would come to his part and then we get arrested by FBI agents. Anyway, one afternoon, shortly after they arrived in the Bay Area, Lewis and Joy Hill showed up unannounced, as Rex Roth later put it, at a Libertarian Circle meeting at Moore's house. Hill had the most haunting eyes I've ever known on anybody. Sounds like they're describing like the leader of the Process Church or something. I mean, eyes were that kind of penetrating. Alan Rich, an early KPFA music director, later remembered. He was a tall, thin man with a long, dead white face and a soft, propulsive manner of speaking, Rex Roth recalled. Older anarchists, as well as Richard Moore and a young radio producer named Eleanor McKinney, made up a large portion of the audience. Granted a few moments to speak, Hill presented his thesis. Society had undergone, quote, a great structural change, unquote, giving pacifists far more effective means of communication than, quote, street meetings and little pamphlets, unquote. It would not be difficult at all, Hill suggested, to put together a listener-sponsored radio station cooperatively run with a Bay Area-wide signal unencumbered by commercial. Unfortunately, Hill's penchant for sociological jargon made him less than completely effective. It was difficult enough for the younger college-educated people to follow, Rex Roth later wrote, for the elderly Jews, Italians, and Spanish, who after all had been reading revolutionary theory all their lives, it was totally incomprehensible. Indeed, a civil rights leader later remembered Hill's name coming up in conversation with Bayard Rustin. They say you can't understand what he's talking about, he joked. It also didn't help Hill's cause that he showed up in an expensive sharkskin suit, trench coat, and fedora hat. Lou probably reminded them of an FBI agent, Moore recalled. This is really
the Conoco Phillips nephew, just running
probably,
around looking like an FBI agent.
Rex Roth and his entourage scoffed at Hill's proposed radio project. Radio isn't a political activity, one of them declared. Political activity is in the barricades. Rex Roth told the libertarian audience that radio was an inherently inferior medium, turning everything into kitsch. How? Why? Hill calmly asked. It sounds like he's like auditing him or something, demonstrating his knack for wearing down the resistance of an adversary with a steady stream of gentle but persistent questions. After some discussion, much of the group's skepticism for the proposal subsided. Joy Hill affectionately shook her finger in Rex Roth's face. That will teach you to argue with my husband. Hill left the meeting having generated some interest in his project, even from Rex Roth, who ultimately would read his autobiography over KPFA's airwaves. So over time, he gathered like a small following, like through this type of thing where he would like go in and like audit people and hypnotize them with his piercing eyes and his long dead face and in his like FBI MIB
he sounds
outfit.
Like such an MIB.
He literally sounds like an MIB. Like he sounds exactly like
what are they doing to
a
these people at
MIB.
Stanford? Oh my god.
Anyway, so
wow. So I guess he psyoped enough people into following him, and got this thing going in like 1949. And I mean, it sounds like for the first year or two they were making some money, but they were like hardly paying themselves. I mean, it also does kind of like make you think like, oh, the types of people that would be attracted to working for KPFA might come from somewhat more comfortable backgrounds where it's not as like important for them to like work for a job that makes them money. So they could just do it for like the love of it. And because they weren't, blowing up. I mean, they set it at that $10 tier, which is pretty high, back then in the late 40s. But they had too small an operating fund for the station to keep up with monthly expenses. They had the FM frequency had little range around the cities in the East Bay, let alone in San Francisco. And by New Year's Eve of 1949, KPFA's on-air appeals and mass mailings had induced a mere 115 Berkeley residents to mail in subscriptions. All right, so we're beating KPFA. That's cool.
Yes, we are. Beating them,
by like 10 subscribers. Cool. And
how many did they have?
So I guess 115. Yeah,
115. Okay, we are beating them. All right. Wow.
Okay, good track. And although more than 22,000 in capital contributions came into the station in 49, operating expenses consumed this harvest faster than it could be reaped. By February 1950, KPFA had incurred a deficit of nearly $10,000. And a station memo noted, it should be noted that the lack of adequate funds during KPFA's first 10 months has imposed severe personal sacrifices on the staff members. In other words, Hill, McKinney, and Moore, the central founders, had already established that grim nonprofit radio tradition, postponing salaries to keep the station operating. In 1950, in July, they made a last-minute on the air appeal for funding. They had debts of $13,000. They admitted to listeners that the station now ran almost entirely on unpaid labor. Each member, it sounds like a gulag. Each member of the paid staff having donated an estimated $2,000 of his or her time. Somehow Hill explained the station had to get past this crisis. Aided by many, he told the audience, we have lifted ourselves by our bootstraps just about as far as it's possible to lift anything by that method. If those who tuned into KPFA did not take the financial initiative, Hill warned, the station would go off the air in a matter of weeks. Models of gentility, the first Pacificans never would have thought to suspend regular programming and exhort listeners to call in with their pledges, as listener-sponsored stations do today. Instead, the trio made polite requests. Quote, I'd like to suggest that if anyone has at all the intention of supporting this present plan, why, I would certainly like to hear from each and every one of you. Such courteous appeals concealed the fact that KPFA really did verge on collapse unless new funds arrived quickly. Desperate attempts at economy, such as mimeographing rather than typesetting the station's fortnightly program, Folio, proved of little value. Some staffers could no longer participate in the project and live functional lives. Pacifica treasurer E. John Lewis, Hill's old pacifist ally, left the station after his wife, Dolly, suffered serious complications during her second pregnancy. In fact, by early August, almost everyone had quit out of economic necessity except Hill and McKinney. That was Eleanor McKinney, right? The station was careening. Yeah, we'll get to her in a second. Yeah. Before we go into the station was careening towards bankruptcy, and no one could stop it. At least they could keep the situation from getting worse. On August 4th, the executive membership resolved to take the station off the air that Sunday, August 6th, 5 years to the day after the bombing of Hiroshima put an end to Hill and Finch's Japanese project, which we didn't mention, but they wanted to sail a boat to the middle of the Pacific Ocean and meet some like-minded Japanese pacifists and demand an end to the war.
Cool.
Okay, anarchist. But then let's see. Yeah, but then actually the listeners banded together to save the station, and they raised about $6,000 and then $24,000 on top of that, so they could operate for 8 more months, and nearly $10,000 to purchase a more powerful transmitter. And then, you know, that's about to start to we're going to get in the next chapter of it. But before we do, I think we should circle back a little bit to like the other there's the other 2 founders, but particularly Eleanor McKinney, because she has an interesting background as well,
just, like,
right?
the general, like, yeah, she was kind of like a flower child type person who was big into a bunch of. She kind of represents or embodies another aspect of KPFA from the very beginning, which was like the spiritualistic side, which would eventually be manifested, or the sort of spiritual side, which would eventually be manifested in Alan Watts, who I didn't actually realize before, again, researching for this episode, that he really came out of KPFA. I've long found Alan Watts, like, insufferable. But
he's awful.
You know, absolutely just awful. Like, he makes Idris Shah look like
I didn't know it either, though. It's weird.
You know, he's absolutely awful. Yeah. So,
but this was here from the beginning, this spiritualist thing, right?
Yeah, well, especially there's a huge Theosophy connection and a connection to the work of Alexander Michaelchan. This was something that had a huge presence within the KPFA membership. Elsa Knight Thompson, who was the public affairs director in the late 50s, she joined KPFA. She was from a family of Theosophists, and she met Annie Besant, who was a friend of her uncle, and she later remembered, that is, Elsa Knight Thompson remembered, she said that I had come back at this time in history to be what was called one of the forerunners of a new kind of human being that was coming. She said that these people, this new way of life, would arise in Northern California. So there was this kind of bizarre over the whole thing where they kind of felt they were part of this utopian moment, which often had a reflection with some of these esoteric movements that we've talked about, including, obviously, Theosophy, which is a very important one. McKinney, who you mentioned, had a really interesting anecdote in Lazar's book. It was a dream that she had. Oh, sorry, actually, it wasn't a dream. It was 3 dreams.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so
she had a few.
At once. So, so one night after first meeting Lewis Hill, Eleanor McKinney had a vision dream, as she later described it. It was early 1947. McKinney had spent the evening wondering whether to get involved with Hill's radio project. Suddenly, the journalist roused from a deep sleep, aware that she still lingered in a half-dream state. Before her appeared not 1, but 3 dreams unfolding simultaneously, each as if hovering on a mountain range. Astonished, McKinney awoke in a mild shock, but the stories in her dreams stayed with her like a trio of poltergeists. Now, however, they appeared in a linear path, one behind the other. Fully awake, McKinney considered what her vision meant. Time, she decided, like other spatial arrangements, represented a subjective rather than objective reality. McKinney now saw this subjectivity as a barrier to greater understanding. You must know the living reality, this is a quote, you must know the living reality that our consciousness is truly capable of knowing all that is, simultaneously, she explained, but that as a human being we have to walk through our bodies from the past to future, end quote. People needed institutions that helped them transcend such limitations, such impediments to true communication, she concluded. McKinney literally followed her dreams. This one told her to join the Pacifica Foundation. So, yes, she was really big into various forms of sort of psychology or mysticism-inflected psychology, like Jung, and of course Gurdjieff, who is a big big in Gurdjieff. World. Yeah, she also saw this as a way to transform humanity. The radio station. Yeah,
it's very. I mean, when you consider the human potential movement that would kind of eventually start to emerge out of Big Sur and Esalen, there's so much overlap between these people.
Right? Like, I can't
remember if it was mentioned by name in this book, but
I think it definitely was. Yeah. Bateson,
and I mean, even with like Alan Watts and Gregory Bateson, that's right.
Yeah, and he was one of the architects of the human potential movement. And
even having Alan Watts and people like that floating around, and later Allen Ginsberg we'll get to, and I think they had Timothy Leary on. We were just listening to an obnoxious, I don't know if it was literally broadcast on KPFA, but it was during the era Alan Watts was on it, where he's sitting around with Leary and Ginsberg talking about dropping out. And it just like the subtext the whole time is like they're talking about like, you know, you really just have to like, you know, unplug from the whole thing. And then you realize you don't need anything. It's like, yeah, because like the CIA is paying you, asshole. Like, you know, no wonder you don't. And like the Mellon family gave you an estate. Like, no wonder you don't need anything. I did like the part where someone was like, but wait a minute, Timothy Leary, like you haven't actually dropped out of anything. Like you're still engaged in giving all these lectures. Like, but like that just kind of like passed by like in a haze of like velvet fog. Velvet fog, which somebody else called KPFA later. The velvet fog that someone just obscures everything. Yeah, like that comment. Just no one thought to follow up on it at all. But yes, exactly. And it's also just worth mentioning that from the very beginning, they had to go around from like 1946 from the first prospectus that Lewis Hill wrote. He sent he had a friend called Denny Wiltshire, who became like an early fundraiser for Pacifica, who traveled all around the country with the prospectuses and was going to people with money that, you know, to contribute to it. And that is definitely a pattern that would repeat. I think also, it also says later that this is when they were having some tangos with the FCC, that Denny Wiltshire busied himself, quote, digging for treasure in the East, in Hill's words, while Eleanor McKinney worked the San Francisco elite for money. One day she lunched with the wife of a local millionaire who shortly afterwards sent Pacifica a contribution. Included in the donation was a note informing McKinney that the contributor had asked the Federal Bureau of Investigation to check the journalist's background. So, I mean, that's really emblematic of like the dilemma that this like pacifist dreamer runs into very early on, which is that like wealthy kind of liberal types are willing to fund it, but they're on the level where they're already contacting the FBI like right after they send their check to do like a sus communist check on everybody working at the station. So he's also starting it kind of coincidentally as the McCarthyite Red Scare is starting to gobble up like tons of people on the left and chew them and spit them out and, you know, blacklisting people and all these things. So it's like a very perilous time for a kind of anything smelling a little pink, you know, a little pinko, to come on the air in this like liberal part of the country.
To me, my art is always a weapon. It's got to be good art.
I had to quickly retreat as someone began to throw a few cans. I want to get close enough so they can see that it's Pacifica Radio here and not police radio.
Bob Dylan is, well, you must be 20 years old now.
Yeah, I must be 20.
Are you?
Yeah, 20. I'm 20. Yeah, I wrote this one before I got this Columbia record thing, just about when I got it.
In time past, many romantic feelings were associated with radio broadcasting, as with aviation or with motoring across the far western United States. Such memories have a certain literary appeal, no doubt, but they are also authentic.
I'm Harvey Milk. I'm a supervisor in San Francisco.
And I'm Greg Gordon for IMRU.
And I'm gay.
So am I.
He would have to call the police, and I told him, just call the police.
We, the people, are responsible for our own freedom. We are not begging for it. It is up to us to take it.
If you think I'll cooperate with you in any way, you are insane.
Mom, Dad, I would like to comment on your efforts to supposedly secure my safety.
I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness. Starving, hysterical, naked.
March 31st of 1962, I quit my job with the Community Service Organization in Los Angeles and came to Delano with the idea of organizing farm workers.
Yeah, there are 400,000 words in the English language, and there are 7 of them you can't say on television. What a ratio that is.
We as actors and actresses should take part in the most important drama that this country has seen. And again, the name of the drama is freedom.
And you come home and you get your head busted. So if I gotta die, if I gotta sacrifice, if I gotta suffer, let it be for my black brothers and sisters. Let it be for my mama and not somebody 10,000 miles from here. So when you understand what I'm saying, when you weigh it out, if it means money or Tom, damn the money.
Time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Before we go any further, I think there's one individual that we have to stop and zoom in on a little bit in this whole milieu, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely worth pausing to, since we've been talking about kind of the susness of KPFA's early years, one figure in that I think deserves some mention, because she was pretty prominent. She doesn't feature so much in a lot of this historiography. Maybe she was a less sort of conspicuous person, but definitely someone who caught our eye and whose connection with this station we've been following for a while, ever since we read her book of poetry, Pegasus and Pin Feathers.
Which I purchased off Amazon.
Under the tutelage of Louis Terman, and she continued to be interested in literature, and she actually hosted a program about the national international literary scene for KPFA for many years, from the earliest days of the station into the 60s, or at least the very early 60s.
We're not entirely sure yet in our digging to what extent she pulled away from Pacifica and KPFA, but as far as we can definitively confirm,
she drops off the folio program, like her show drops off. As we'll probably talk about, there was a little bit of upheaval in KPFA around Lewis Hill. He was kind of ousted.
And several times there were palace coups and power struggles.
And they had a kind of tragic culmination for him. And during that difficult time, actually, this person was a confidant of his, and that is Betty Ford, also known as Betty Ford-Aquino, mother of Michael Aquino.
Michael Aquino's mother. And I first came across this. I came across this in the Amazon blurb that was written by Aquino himself, because he self-published his mom's book of poetry, which he claimed he found in the attic after she died. But he mentioned as a little bio about Betty Ford-Aquino that, one, as we discussed, I think in our Aquino episodes, that she was a noted child prodigy, one of the original gifted children, you could say, who was enrolled in a kind of experimental gifted child longitudinal study at Stanford University, run by noted eugenicist, proud eugenicist Louis Terman, but then he also mentioned, just in passing, that she was very good friends with Pacifica Radio founder Louis Hill, and was instrumental in helping him found both KPFA in Berkeley and KPFK in Los Angeles, which I think was either 1958 or 59, about 10 years after KPFA. They started an affiliate there, which testifies to her level of involvement, going right up to the late 50s.
I think that is likely true. I mean, Aquino, it's very possible that he exaggerated. I mean, he also claimed that she was instrumental in introducing Dr. Zhivago to American audiences, which maybe through KPFA's promotion, because she did host a literary show on KPFA. She didn't have a show on KPFK, as far as I know. Was it called Bookmark, or was it Book Talk? I have some of the folios being the programs that they would publish that would as you mentioned, they tried to do sort of cuts to the production of the folios to try to save money at one point, and they would kind of print these programs basically for what would be published
coming up that week.
Aired. Yeah. And let me see if I can.
Yeah, no, he did mention the way he described it was that, and we didn't quite have time to definitively verify it, but I would generally believe we did look a little bit into the publication of Dr. Zhivago, which as some people might be aware of, but others might not. That was a confirmed like CIA cultural psyop. The promotion and the wide-scale publication of Dr. Zhivago, both in English and especially in Russian, because then it was used as part of a kind of cultural influence campaign. They printed, massive amounts of Russian or I guess it's not Russian translations. The novel was written in Russian. So they took the Russian edition and basically tried through various different avenues to infiltrate it back into the Soviet Union, where it had been banned for its pretty brazen anti-Bolshevik themes that are contained in it. And this all happened, I believe Boris Pasternak wrote the novel in, I think, 1957, and he managed to get it smuggled out to Italy to this Italian publisher who published it in Russian, and then it was hurriedly translated into English in 1958 and released. And Aquino claims that his mother, Betty Ford-Aquino, was like one of the first people to review this book when it came out in English and talk about it and promote it to their audience. And I mean, it did end up winning the Nobel Prize, I believe, in 1958. So it eventually got a lot of attention from a lot of places. I don't know if she was literally the first one, but that's very interesting to think about, isn't it? That, this thing that even you can go on CIA.gov, they talk about all the planning they did, and they paid a lot of attention to this book to basically sow, anti-Soviet sentiment. I think one of the CIA people said this was like the perfect weapon because it was like written by a Russian and it had like a certain amount of sympathy for the Russian Revolution, but then could like credibly talk about how like the Stalinoids took over and they ruined it all and how horrible it was. So it was like the perfect kind of just like the cultural, the CCF, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and all the ops kind of related to that. They wanted to find people that were like on the anti-communist left and promote the shit out of them, because those were the most credible people to more liberal and left-wing audiences, and priority number one, I think, as this Pacifica book makes clear time and time again, was always, but are you a communist, or do you, like, breathe any of the same air as a communist? Have you ever seen one? Because if not, we might just pull your license and, like, kill you, kill off your organization. So... I mean, was Aquino's mom, like, doing a little work there for some other forces that were, had something? I mean, I can't say that for sure.
Betty
I would have to.
Aquino is definitely someone who, in terms of the pacifist connection, she, I think, epitomizes the sort of contradictions of World War II era pacifism. I mean, she was sort of a Germanophile. Yes. She studied in Germany under George Cole. She was a sculptress, right? In addition to writing her poetry as a child and being into literature, apparently. And she actually translated some German plays and various German literature to be read on air for KPFA. She was also, a student of Kolbe, the noted German sculptor.
And she was there in the 1930s.
There,
like,
right?
she was there in Nazi Germany, I think, from the early 1930s. They must have gone there before Hitler took power, because Betty Ford and her mother, Aquino's grandmother, Sophie Ford, quite hilariously ran into Hitler and a bunch of Nazis at a fancy restaurant.
She didn't recognize him because she found politics vulgar. So she was like, it's this boorish man. Yeah. Right.
Yes,
but
so there was that. There are also persistent rumors that Aquino, that's actually how he got some of this information about his family, because I think Alex Constantine had a Google Groups thread in like 2000 that Aquino slid in on and started responding to people who were asking him questions about his mother, and there were rumors that she had had an affair with an SS officer in the 1930s. Also that she had been engaged to an SS officer and that maybe had been broken off on the eve of the war. And of course, there are also rumors that Aquino's father, actual biological father, was an SS officer, which he's always denied. And I would tend to think like probably not true. I don't know exactly when, you know, Betty Ford came back from Nazi Germany. I assume it was before the war, but then, you know, she met, I forget exactly what year she met Michael Aquino Sr., but then they got married pretty quickly in the Swedenborgian church. And then, you know, Michael Aquino was born, in 1946, 9 months of the day after the Babylon working. So, you know, I would assume that she was like back stateside for most of World War II, but she definitely does embody that other side of the coin of World War II pacifism, where you had kind of, I think it would probably be unfair to call Lewis Hill like a fascist or a Nazi. I think he sincerely didn't think of himself that way. But Betty Ford, on the other hand, much more of a liminal case, because when you look at kind of her moves in young adulthood and then the kind of interest her son would end up having with, you know, doing SS dagger rituals in Vevelberg Castle and writing books about how if the Nazis just like broke the sword and did mind war, they could have won World War II peacefully. And had the fact that Betty Ford joined the Temple of Set. And I actually found a picture, going back through my research records, I found a picture from like 1969 or 1970 at like a kind of a Church of Satan gathering, and Michael Aquino's there with Lilith. He's in his army green uniform. Like, I think he was in between tours, maybe in Vietnam, or he had just gotten back. And Betty Ford's there, I think, wearing like a long black gown, which is the only kind of photographs I've ever seen her. She's wearing all black, but she's like hanging out with everybody. So she may have been in the Church of Satan as well. And, you know, that's like right up against, like you said, she dropped off the folio. So maybe by the late 60s, in this countercultural explosion, she was no longer actively hosting. It's also unclear. Aquino claims that she was on the Pacifica Board. Okay,
she was in this Church of Satan, because I hadn't heard that.
Well, it was the fact that it seemed like it was a Church of Satan gathering. I don't know if I don't think Anton LaVey was in the picture. I forget exactly what the caption was, but it was like Michael Aquino, Lilith, and Betty Ford is like sitting down like in front of them, and there's like a half a dozen other people all milling about, and I don't know, it could have been maybe not a Church of Satan party, but the fact that she joined the Temple of Set, I mean, it just really begs the question of like, what was Betty Ford's ideological orientation, and what was she kind of interested in? And like, because
she definitely wasn't,
we can see right here,
anti-fascist. She definitely wasn't like all about agitating. She was, I mean, like, definitely between the fact that her son had a noted sort of sympathetic leaning toward Nazis, you know, sort of a wistful image of what if, you know, just what if, you know, they hadn't gone too far in a few places, and if they had just embraced and, you know, really achieved the fulfillment of their magical teachings and their magical explorations, then what could have been, you know, so... You know, and her, there's one.
Somebody who spends years there under the years of Hitler. I mean, the thing she like, was she there for Kristallnacht? My God, you know what I mean? Like, what must she have witnessed? And for her to not be particularly, as far as we know, and it's like hard to find information about Betty Ford, though we keep discovering little nuggets in newspapers. You found some really interesting articles from back in the day that are like very random. I mean, one is about the book that was published by Lewis Terman about his longitudinal gifted child study, and she's referenced as like one of the children. Frustratingly, I found the book, and I don't think any of the children are named in it, so you'd really have to go read it closely to suss out anything he wrote about her in it. But in the article, basically, they were discussing how she's gone on to be like a fine sculptress and a noted artist, and I don't know if it mentioned that she was on KPFA. Right.
There are some articles that mention her role in KPFA. They actually give kind of because, first of all, about her show, it was called The Bookmark, you know, kind of a witty title. One of the amazing little blurbs in the KPFA folio that I found was, her show usually aired at 1:30 in the afternoon, and there was one day in January I guess it was January 11th in 1960, when the bookmark was pushed down to 9 p.m. because they were airing some performances that had been recorded at the previous summer's Wagner Festival. And this blurb was posted, I guess it was January 12th? So every time Wagner comes along, Betty Ford must move her weekly program on the international literary scene to somewhere out of the way. Fortunately, she likes Wagner. And I was like, yeah, I bet she likes Wagner.
I bet she does.
That aired actually right after Way Beyond the West with Alan Watts, Asia scholar and philosopher, and his weekly talk on Oriental philosophy and its contemporary impact. What a hack. Anyway.
Such a hack.
He's the biggest hack.
We're gonna,
but anyway, so, she... was all about various German artists. That was her big thing, and she did a lot of, as I mentioned, translations as well. But there was one article I came upon that was sort of, there are a bunch of like weird, like sort of human interest, like boring articles about like Betty Ford and Michael Aquino Sr.'s, Michael Ford-Aquino, his, as he often was called, which is odd.
That's interesting. That you really get the sense that he was like sucked into a much bigger, more powerful family. He was just like a random Sicilian guy, as far as we know. Like a merchant marine who she eloped with, and then he had
maybe she did have like an SS officer affair, and like she just like roped this guy in so that it would be like timed properly or something. I don't know, like because they did get divorced They did get divorced in 1958. Yes. There was a divorce listed, under her actual name, which isn't Betty Ford, even though, according to even Michael Aquino Jr. himself, he never really knew about her real name and always knew her as being Betty Ford. Her real name was Marion Dorothy Elizabeth Ford, and Marion D.E. is listed in the newspaper when their divorce is published in that, the record of their divorce.
Yeah. I get the sense that there's... and he said he didn't know until like adulthood that was her real birth name.
Which is odd.
Very it's odd because we've encountered a lot of like weird syntactical like quirks. Like in the first book that mentions her, she is cited in a few of these like studies of KPFA. So it's like we're not just going off like, oh, she was just a host. Like, she was interviewed about like things that Lewis Hill had told her. So presumably people were like aware that Betty Ford-Aquino was like in the mix.
That had an interview with her. Well, she was apparently good friend. Of his. He wrote
but she was cited as Beverly Ford in that.
Right. That seemed to be.
Right?
I think that was probably like a mistake, and that the guy meant to write Betty.
It must have been.
It was just a dissertation, like an unpublished dissertation about Pacifica stations, but. There was an article about her that did mention her involvement in KPFA at relative length. Let me see if I can find it. It wasn't the San Francisco Examiner one about whether you should build your apartment yourself or build your house yourself, because that actually is like a historical property now. The Ford-Aquino duplex.
Oh, really?
Like today, it's still like a noted like modern.
Well, you mean on the one on Leavenworth Street?
Yeah.
I actually just found right now in the San Francisco Examiner again in 1960 there's just like another home improvement photo of Betty Ford-Aquino with her. I think it's her with like looking at her Japanese plum trees. And the caption it says like a blooming surprise. This early sign of spring. Well, it's someone else. It was discovered at Mrs. Betty Ford-Aquino's home, 2430 Leavenworth Street, where Japanese plum trees now show forth their pinkish-white flowers. So, she's getting these little... They had a whole long article about how they were renovating their, like, second home in Marin County. and how like they had done all this like DIY like work and stuff on it. It was like very lengthy and like in depth.
It was just
for
like,
something.
It was like this lame article that was like, it almost seemed like something that you would pay to have published about yourself. Like it was like, should you DIY your home? And there was another one about how like they built a special desk, like for something like they built a special desk that was like perfectly accommodated to a part of their house or something. It was odd. It was kind of like a Kim Jong-il thing where he invented like an extendable desk, you know, like it was something like that, like a weird like claim about inventing a new desk. But yeah, there was an article in the Daily Herald of Provo, Utah about her, which I came across. Probably the most like in-depth article about her that goes into KPFA. So it's by Joan Geyer. It's entitled "Noted Sculptress." This is from 1952. Noted sculptress, guest of Provo residence, is unique personality. The chasm between so-called pure art and everyday appreciation of beauty in its many forms is already steadily narrowing in the United States. Taken from a famous San Franciscan, Betty Ford-Aquino. Mrs. Aquino is now a house guest, along with her husband, Michael, and her son, Michael Jr., of Mr. and Mrs. F.F. Forbes, 1191 East 7th North, and I guess North Street. Mrs. Ford-Aquino, a handsome black-haired woman, is a sculptress of national note, an architect by inclination, and a roving representative of a unique California radio station, KPFA, which offers undiluted culture to its audience. The Ford-Aquinos flew out to Utah Tuesday. That is, they attempted to fly out to Utah, but unable to land at smog-bound Salt Lake Airport, landed at Denver Airport? No, anyway, almost as far east of destination as San Francisco Airport. They went through the underground tunnels and made their way by Reptoid trolley to, but I assume it was a different airport. But anyway, an embarrassed United Airlines held the Pony Express for 30 minutes and bundled the air passengers aboard. 28 hours after takeoff from the coast, the Ford-Aquinos arrived in Provo. And this is actually called Studies in Europe. A native San Franciscan, Mrs. Ford-Aquino studied in Europe under the Great Kolbe, then returned to the California coast to embark on her own lively career. Like many modern artists, she experimented in symbolic work, but at present prefers to sculpture people who look like people, believing with the Pope that the best study of man is man. She has completed many sculptured portraits of famous people. Recently, she modeled a portrait of the oil portrait artist, Alfred Janiger, while he, in turn, painted a member of her family. I wonder who that was, but anyway. Her sculptured works were on exhibit.
Never said.
During the San Francisco World's Fair and Exhibition. Then it says homemaking interests. Again, this is like a thing that just comes up endlessly. Since her marriage to a San Francisco businessman, she has been interested in homemaking. She turned this flair into architecture, remodeling old San Francisco mansions into apartment houses. Her unusual treatment of design was featured in a Life magazine picture article. The Forbes have... Yes. The Forbes have a head...
Yeah, there goes Life magazine again.
Yeah, sculptured by Mrs. Ford-Aquino, which has value to them beyond that of a work of art. It is a life-sized head of their daughter Janet. Most sculptors work with bronze or marble. Mrs. Ford-Aquino prefers bronze. For many years, she had her bronzes cast in San Francisco, but with the dying out of this art, has begun to send her plaster negative to Italy for casting into bronze. Then there's this portion about her being a radio artist. As a radio artist, Mrs. Ford-Aquino interviews famous personalities in the field of art via tape recordings for a unique radio station, KPFA. This station has no paid advertising and, sponsorless, is free to keep its cultural level up in the stratosphere. The sponsorless radio station was born about 3 years ago, the cherished brainchild of a handful of artists and writers, one of whom was author Anthony Boucher, or Boucher? I don't know. It has struggled along...
Boucher,
through financial ills determined to uphold the high standard of its programs, according to Mrs. Ford-Aquino. Currently, it receives a portion of its support from the Ford Foundation, but has 2,500 paid subscribers. When we have 5,500 subscribers, we will be entirely self-supporting, says Mrs. Ford-Aquino, who helped prepare the programs. The radio's airtime, studded with symphony, ranges from simple folk songs for children to highbrow discussions of the courtship habits of spiders. That stuck out to me because... wasn't that what Willie Stryber was talking about in Pain? About how, like, the male spider gets, like, decapitated and sacrificed by the female spider? But anyway, this is, like, a bunch of, like, occult, like, the list of, like, things is, like, weirdly, like, occult. Highbrow discussions of the courtship habits of spiders, astronomy, foreign trade, and travel recording.
But at no time, and so this article ends in the weirdest way. At no time does the announcer suggest the use of stomach pills, laxative, or other commercial items. And then this article about her ends, and that's it. Anyway, so whatever. I don't know like what they're dealing with.
She's not selling brain
the Provo
force.
Daily Herald. I feel like you usually kind of like bring it to a close with like a nice paragraph, like wrapping things up. But okay. Anyway, so that's where it ends off. And yeah,
really just weird stuff. I did find a clipping of her presenting a bronze statue to like a Catholic church, to like one of the bishops in San Francisco for a youth center. Yeah, I think in like the 1950s or something. I guess she exhibited her sculptures at the San Francisco World's Fair.
Yeah, she did.
I think maybe in I forget when that was in the 40s.
It mentioned in this article, the San Francisco World Fair and Exhibition. Yeah, it doesn't say the date, so I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, we do know now for a fact. I'm looking at her father's obituary after he slit his throat in what may or may not have been a suicide or a ritual, in 1934 in the house that the entire family would continue to live in until Aquino's death. But he was confirmed, I'm seeing it right here, he was a member of the Mount Moriah Lodge number 44, F and AM. That's like what, fraternal and accepted Masons. And he was also part of the Golden Gate Chapter 121 RAM and Golden Gate Commandery number 16 KT, which is Knights Templar. So he was like a triple Mason. So, you already have that going on. Yeah, I mean, of course, he tried to steal a baby. And all these people around KPFA are like a theosophist adjacent at the very least. And are very in contrast with later, where it was like more edgy atheists kind of started to slip in like the 60s and the 70s. But back in this era, they were.
Yeah, well, that
stuff.
article represents her basically as being a representative. She identifies strongly with KPFA. She's like, we will have this. Like, she's keeping track of how, when they'll be self-sufficient with subscribers, So it does seem like she's very attached to it and very involved, and she's represented as being a representative of the station in that article. There was one thing, her name doesn't really occur in Lazar's book, but there was a part, later on when it was talking about Lewis Hill's kind of downfall and his decline. They did cite her private correspondences, which I guess there is a University of Wisconsin institution. I don't know which one exactly, but I don't know if you remember.
It's in the Historical Society Library.
Yeah, they do have like a bunch of archives related to KPFA, and one of the archives they have are her personal correspondences and letters, and so I assume that this letter comes from there. So when Hill was having issues around actually the same time that this article in Provo was written, about a year later, in January 1953. Not January, I guess in the summer of 1953. Before Independence Day, Hill wrote to Pacifica's attorney confiding his frustration. A majority of the members, like very ideological people everywhere, are so much committed to a particular tree the forest is obscure and frightening, he said. I have found myself more than once negotiating a grant or arranging activities for the station which, under attack by a minority of the group, its majority might fail to support altogether. And then it says, to another friend, Hill confided despair. I have tried hard, but I cannot get it. There is too much ideology, too much hate. So the very personal friend who he was saying, expressing this, confidence to, or who was sharing in this confidence, was Betty Ford-Aquino. So they were close,
She is in there, yeah.
She was letting him into, he was letting her into his private world, his private sadness, I guess, which ultimately culminated in his suicide.
Yes. He did eventually commit suicide. Very grim, especially for a pacifist. I just wanted to slide in there because some people might have jumped when you mentioned the Provo, Utah article, and I certainly jumped when I read it and saw that they were going on an extended trip and seemed to be pretty close with Mr. and Mrs. F.F. Forbes. that name immediately jumped out at me. The Forbes family, one of the Boston Brahmins, like one of the oldest, most powerful family. Now, of course, it's also a common name, so I wanted to check, and I did find the obituary of Frederick Fred Faber Forbes Jr., and apparently it kind of makes sense why they would know each other. I do not know if he's like connected to like those four. It kind of sounds like maybe he's not, but basically he's described as a newspaper executive and poet, and I guess he died in 1978 in Utah. So I think this is the same guy we're talking about. And he was the circulation manager of the Daily Herald from 1949 until he retired in 71.
No, that makes sense.
His newspaper yeah, well, and this makes even more sense.
That's the paper that she was in.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe he like engineered a puff piece for her or something.
Exactly, yeah.
And it said, but also this is more relevant. His newspaper career included positions as city circulation manager for the San Francisco Chronicle and circulation manager of the Chronicle's Oakland area. He also worked as an advertising salesman on a paper in Riverside, California, which his father owned. He was a recognized poet in Utah, being a member of the Utah State Poetry Society, and published author in the 1964 edition of Utah Sings, an anthology of verse by Utah poets.
Wow, this is like one of those things where you realize just like how low, I mean, not to say that journalistic standards are high now, but it's funny because that he also worked for the San Francisco Chronicle, because there's a lot of like puff pieces about the Aquinos in there too. So it seems like he just would be publishing a bunch of dumb articles about like his friends' home improvement projects. But anyway, yeah.
Well, you know what? I have to say, like, looking through some of this stuff, I am consistently amazed, and I guess this was a thing in the early to mid 20th century, of like rich and prominent people like getting publicity for themselves in papers. I think was a kind of status symbol, because they used to literally just post the social register of like Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so like came to Palm Beach this weekend and had dinner with so-and-so, and there was a party, and they'll literally list like 100 people that went to the party, all like high society figures. So this must have been like I guess now we have like Instagram and shit to do that with, but back then this was like a big deal to have like your society
certainly
section.
Not like newspapers in like San Francisco you wouldn't associate with this, but like in small towns you still see that stuff where it's about like these really like people just sending their own stories about dumb stuff, like to talk about like their kids or their families. But no, I think this was like a more normalized practice in newspapers in like the Gilded Age in the early 20th century of like really boasting like it's. I mean, I guess eventually it would kind of devolve into like sort of the page 6 or whatever. But New York Times still has like whenever they do their like wedding announcements and stuff, it's kind of kind of a descendant of that kind of thing. But it's great because now you can like track the interfamilial relationships of all these like ghoulish rich people, because they were all just bragging about whose house they were hanging out at for like the entire first half of the 20th century. So actually there's some good intel. Newspapers.com, really a treasure trove. But I mean, I guess this guy, just to wrap this guy up, I mean, he worked for the San Francisco Chronicle basically, and I guess he was a Mormon, which is kind of interesting that she was such good friends with this Mormon guy. And I don't know, he got cancer and he died, and he was a Catholic. The headline on newspapers.com says newspaperman and Mormon parentheses no longer Catholic. So I don't know, I guess maybe when he went to Utah he got converted. I don't know. Would make sense.
Either way, he doesn't seem. I don't know if he's the Forbes family is like Catholic, so. He was born in. No longer Catholic. I mean, he was born in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the son of Frederick Faber Forbes Sr. and Anna Moon Forbes. The family moved to Philadelphia, where his father was editor of the Philadelphia North American, and then they moved to Riverside, where I guess his dad opened a paper. They were actually married in 1928 in Berkeley, California, and then that's where he ended up working for the Chronicle. So I guess just another probably like relatively prominent person who had Betty Ford make a bronze like sculpture of his daughter's head. That's cool, I mean, whatever. So that's a weird connection with Betty Ford. And then I don't understand the kind of like I don't understand the dynamic of being such an integral part of KPFA, even though, they weren't overtly political in kind of the 1950s when she was hosting her show, and though obviously she was doing things that the CIA happened to find great.
They were pretty political. I mean, they got like heat from HUAC and from the FBI for being like too communistic.
Yeah, you're right.
Despite really being anarchists, really, and not being down with Stalinoids for the most part.
No, they hated Stalinoids. Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. They did get they got a lot of pressure on them, but I mean, even still, okay. So yeah, like even still, in the idea that Betty Ford would be a part of this whole group of like idealistic people that more than anything like hated war, and then the 1960s come around, and her son joins the army, like specifically requests to be sent into combat to become like a PSYOP, like Phoenix program operative, so he can like learn what it feels like to kill. Though maybe he already knew by that point, honestly. And you know, it just seems like so out of sync. Like that would be an absolute scandal. Now, who knows? Is it possible that like KPFA people found out about what Michael Aquino Jr. was going to do with his life, and they like, you know, they excommunicated Betty Ford. Yeah, but there's also we have absolutely no evidence that would back that up. So it's kind of more like she just was like with all these super pacifistic type people, and then was totally cool with her son joining, which by that point KPFA was coming out pretty strongly against the Vietnam War and was pretty critical of it. I would say probably the vast majority of their hosts, who really had a lot of autonomy in that time. Like it's very odd, you know. It's like what that never was. Like, did her mind change about, or was she just that certain kind of pacifist the whole time, where she wasn't against all wars and wasn't against mind wars, but was just against the one where we tried to beat the Nazis? That one was too much, but all the other ones, Vietnam, it's all good.
And she must have been the only person. Like, where because it seemed like the early people who kind of, I mean, she was an artist, you know, so she was kind of in that world, but she also was in the sort of society world, you know. She was a different kind of artist, you know, who was doing kind of like they said, like the gap between high art and everyday people, you know. She was doing these commissions, she was doing kind of Thomas Kinkade type sculptures, you know, of people's daughters' heads or whatever, you know, not hyper modernist things, although I guess, you know, her house is still appreciated as a good example of modernist architecture. But you know, she was an artist, but she didn't seem to be in that milieu of like Kenneth Rexroth or whatever. So one wonders how she came into that world, or how she got involved in KPFA.
Well, I had always assumed that she might have known Lewis Hill via her Stanford connection, because they both went to Stanford, but also Lewis Hill is younger than her, and she went to Stanford when she was like 15 and graduated in 3 years. So she was there maybe like a decade before.
Time. No, I think that they might have actually been there at the same time.
When was Lewis Hill born?
He was born in 1919, and Betty Ford-Aquino was born in 1912. So that would actually kind of make sense that they knew each other from Stanford.
Well, he was Wait, she was born in 1912?
According to Aquino.
Okay, so now let's redo the math on that. 1912 means that okay, that's what I thought. I thought she had gone in the late 20s, so she would have gone in like 1927 and then gotten out in like 1930 or 31. So she actually could have gone over to Germany before Hitler took power, and then stayed there for like a number of years. And then he would have been, since he was born in 1919,
I guess,
he would have been. Yeah, that's the problem, is that he would have been.
Yeah, that's odd. I wonder.
But I think maybe they would have met through mutual friends or something along those lines.
Yeah.
That, you know, because she kept in touch with a lot of Stanford people and was like plugged in. I think she kept in touch with Louis Terman for, you know, most of her life. And yeah, so somehow they got to know each other either before the war or right after, when they both ended up back in San Francisco.
They were both like society people in California, you know, like his mother's brother was the builder of Phillips Petroleum. That's Lewis Hill, that is. His father.
Yeah, and that's ConocoPhillips today, for anybody who's wondering. It's still around.
His father was like a rich lawyer who had worked for like doing some kind of like escrow for J.P. Morgan or something. So
yeah, exactly. So that's a common theme with a lot of these people, including ones that pop in a little later. Like they definitely come from a kind of haute bourgeois background. In a very disproportionate kind of way.
She wasn't like, there were people like, KPFA, it went off into different factions. It went off in different directions. There were different tendencies within it. There were people who were very much anti-Lewis Hill and against his vision. But she was in with him. She wrote, she stayed on after he left or after he was kind of deposed.
Mm-hmm.
But she was close with him. So...
was definitely close. Because although, the whole box of records is like Betty Ford-Aquino's correspondence, the one they have in Wisconsin, and the few things we've seen directly cited are all letters to... They're either letters to Lewis Hill or it's her being interviewed talking about her conversations.
Yeah, like she knew like personal things about him. Like, I think the dissertation that we talked about, which I guess... What was the... I'm trying to... for whatever reason, it's like just not opening for me, but maybe if I copy and paste it. But I remember that what they were talking to her about was his military school experience, and she like knew about his,
she said he had hated it.
His experience in early life. It's like he hated every minute of it, so I guess she had talked to him about that. So I mean, maybe, God, there's so many things to like unpack with weird little things going on. I think maybe in our next hour, maybe we can do just like a deep thing into Ford Foundation, who ended up sliding in, I want to say, what was it, 1952 or 53? And they got a big grant from them, which enabled that, which basically was like their main source of revenue. Sponsoring them, there, it's just they are. There's
they
so
were,
much like stuff with KPFA, like the whole thing, these Native American stories that were a big thing on the program. Who was the person who would read the Native American stories? And would be wearing feathers in his head.
The eccentric Spaniard who would dress up. Yeah, he would dress up like a Native American.
D'Angelo. What was his first name? Jaime D'Angelo. He was a children's storyteller who would convey the thinking of the indigenous peoples of the American West in a way that Berkeleyans could experience as utterly authentic, according to Lazar. The charm and believability of his tales emerge from his skill at bringing to life from indigenous creation myths a universe in constant metamorphosis. KPFA listeners found in D'Angelo's playful cosmology are a refreshing alternative to their own world. This, above all, convinced educated people who possessed only indirect knowledge of Indian life that his stories were genuine. So, once again, like...
Okay.
There's all sorts of stuff like
probably
that.
Wouldn't fly
like
today.
Alan Watts, like, being like... In the Buddhist way of thinking, of course, there is no individual, like, just like a bunch of like sweeping generalities that is like pulled out of his ass completely. Like in the Eastern way of thinking, everyone is an anarchist and a reactionary, or whatever, just like some shit.
And
funny.
You know what? That reminds me. Talking about problematic hosts of certain shows, or I don't know. There's one. It does tangentially connect to the world of the Aquinos, but who is that? Flora Arnstein, who had a children's show program on KPFA called Pony Pegasus.
Yeah, that stuck out to me because of the title.
That kind of jumped out at both of us.
Yeah, the title of her Betty Ford-Aquino's book that is Aquino published, Pegasus and Pin Feathers. Just odd, like a book of poetry by a child, and also the name of a children's program. Maybe some association that Aquino was getting at. I don't know.
And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Aquino named the book that, or if that was a working title that Betty Ford gave it. But either way, I mean, it's a possibility that he's referencing maybe, I don't know, this program. He might have grown up listening to this program. He probably did, honestly, given the content in it, which we can. There's just some. There's just some stuff here, and just think about, just like, Aquino's grandfather stealing a baby, just think about what would happen, like 50 years later after this, and maybe some things sound familiar. So, born in San Francisco in 1885 to a comfortable German Jewish family, Arnstein had a regular KPFA program called Pony Pegasus. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to describe her as an advocate of children's liberation, but not by much. This teacher of children's writing experienced her own life as an ongoing process of recovering from the constraints of her late Victorian upbringing. At the age of 100, Arnstein consented to an oral history interview in which she described unpleasant exchanges with her father as if they had just occurred. For years, she told her interviewer, she hadn't been able to listen to music on radio or television. Suddenly, she realized why. It was because she associated music with him, her father. He took me to concerts, Arnstein explained. He took me to operas and liked my playing because he whistled all the tunes I'd played. But he never praised me. I would have given my right eye to have him say, "You did that nicely," or "You played that well." When I realized this, I was able to listen to music again. Okay, so I guess, I don't know. That's like a weird reference to like childhood, I don't know, abuse, like... Very weird. But okay, fair enough. But then she did something kind of interesting, jumped out at me, that I guess Maria Montessori of like Montessori school fame came to San Francisco in 1915 and gave like a lecture. And Arnstein like was really inspired by this. And basically 5 years later, she helped inaugurate the Presidio Open Air School, an experiment in progressive education. Arnstein felt that adults too often told children what to think and feel. She recalled with delight a discussion she had with her friend Erik Erikson, the child psychologist and author of Childhood and Society, for whom she sometimes worked as secretary. One afternoon, a rebellious student from the school arrived at Erikson's San Francisco office for counseling. Among other offenses, she came to class dressed in a boy's shirt and jeans, quote, before any girls wore them, Arnstein remembered. After the psychologist had seen the patient, Arnstein asked him what was wrong with her. Nothing, Erikson said. What do you mean nothing, she asked. Well, the psychologist replied, she only hates her mother. Like Erikson and Thomas Jefferson, Flora Arnstein thought that a little rebellion was sometimes a good thing. Okay, and, on Pony Pegasus, she urged children to express what they really thought about their lives. The educator read poetry and explained it in a way children might understand. Children sent in their poetry, another link there. But then, there was, I guess, there was a lot of, like, fairy tales and stuff. And I don't know if Lazar was kind of, like, shading her here, but she said when she wrote, "The family was one. It had existed from all time. It would exist from all time. It was one because it hung together. The members quarreled sometimes, but no quarrel lasted. To Grandma, a lasting quarrel was the unforgivable sin." And Lazar wrote, "Nothing bad lasts forever. That is what the first KPFA programmers told children 4 years after the conclusion of the biggest war in history." I can't tell if he's like being sarcastic or not, but
I think so.
So so she talked about like they give a few examples of some kind of spooky like medieval fairy tales that she used to talk about, and basically, he talks about how some parents did not appreciate, or I guess, I'm sorry, was this Josephine Gardner who, let me see, I don't want to get this mixed up. Oh no, okay, so she was another person, Josephine Gardner here, who was the official storyteller of the San Francisco Recreation Department. It was very simpatico with Arnstein's belief, and she's the one, that told a bunch of like spooky stories. And some parents did not appreciate Josephine Gardner's ways of metaphorically encouraging children to sort out the emotional categories adults presented to them: love, hate, fear, shivering. The story was like about a prince who like can't shiver.
I know that
Understandably,
story. Yeah,
they expressed alarm.
That's a classic folktale.
Yeah, creepy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So understandably, they expressed alarm at the more grisly aspects of her prose. Indeed, an early Pacifica Progress report conceded that Gardner's stories had set off a quote area-wide controversy on the significance of fairy stories to children. This was an understatement. A tale about a man who this is too much for me. A tale about a man who sliced off the king's head, dipped it in a bucket 3 times, and returned it to its still alive owner proved a little too much for some parents. At this point, program director Eleanor McKinney, who'd undergone Jungian therapy, came to the rescue. She quickly summoned Jungian analysts to the station, explaining that, quote, "It is exactly these kind of symbolic violences that children experience that help them grow mature in their psyches. The trauma of the world cannot be hidden from children," KPFA staff believed. Better to help them sort out their feelings through stories, a process Richard Moore called, quote, "deep learning." But often they invited controversy. This was... Yeah, there was a group called Radio Listeners of Northern California, and they cataloged, they monitored KPFA's like children's broadcasts for a week, and they said, not surprisingly, heartily disapproved of what they found. Quote, "During this week," KPFA's subscribers learned, "they heard 30 murders committed, contemplated, or implied. Other crimes enacted or described in the same programs included blackmail, arson, housebreaking, kidnapping, and so on. As an alternative to this chamber of horrors, the folio promised listeners, quote, a children's theater, a children's chorus, musical broadcast by and for children, and serial dramas of worthwhile material. Some parents, expecting Arcadia, became confused when they heard tales of ritual decapitation and little boys setting corpses afire. In theory, the Pacifica Foundation stood for peaceable things. In practice, KPFA encouraged its audience to let go a little." So, like, what ritual decapitation? Like, putting a king's head in a bucket, like putting his head, like sending it to hell in a bucket. Like, oh, I mean, that reminds me also. Guess who? Guess who pops up? Oh, I have it right here. Maybe we'll just slide it in here. So they went on to say that like as experimental as like the children's shows and the book shows were. The music shows in the 50s and the early 60s were the most experimental. And there was one called Midnight Special, which started like bringing on local kind of folk singers and bluegrass people, kind of like an open mic thing. And Lazar says that gradually Midnight Special evolved into a kind of incubator for the San Francisco sound, the merging of musical traditions such as blues and bluegrass with then popular singing and performance styles. Chiarito, the host, encouraged spontaneity and worried less about the competence of her guest than had Olivier, the other guest. It didn't matter how bad they were, she recalled. At that hour of the night, who cared? This was a late night broadcast. But get this. Nevertheless, she occasionally made quite a find. In 1961, one of the show's regulars, a musician named Phil Lesh, said he'd encountered some promising new talent at a bookstore coffee house in Menlo Park, south of San Francisco. Owned by Roy Kepler, who by then had resigned from KPFA. Okay, so literally owned by a former KPFA guy. The Pacifist Meeting and Reading Center functioned as a miniature Greenwich Village for high school and Stanford students. One of the center's regulars was the son of a Spanish-born club owner and Dixieland musician. Jose Ramon Garcia's passion for the musicals of Jerome Kern inspired him to name his son Jerry. By the late 1950s, Jerry Garcia had developed an original banjo and guitar style, derived in part from his fondness for the singing group the New Lost City Ramblers. Following Garcia's performance one evening, Lesh convinced him to record a demonstration tape for Gertrude Chiarito. This guy could have a show all to himself, was Chiarito's response on hearing the recording. Henceforth, the future leader of the Grateful Dead, one of the most influential musical ensembles of the late 20th century, would become a regular on Midnight Special. Okay, literally, like, even before Ken Kesey's acid tests, KPFA, like, united two of the members of the Grateful Dead and, like, platformed them. Now, who knows? Maybe they were just a talented banjo player. You know, there was nothing more to it than that. But kind of, this is even before the psychedelics are kind of being promoted. So they're, like, already in there in, like, 1961 as, like, teenagers.
Yeah.
They're, I don't know, just use the word being groomed, perhaps.
Yeah, just a slight correction to the children's story thing. Actually, the thing about the murders being contemplated and the arsons committed, they actually touted that because that was a survey that they had done the group had done of another radio station. And it's actually kind of funny because they're like, you know, we're going to have these alternative to these other violent radio stations. And then they had like all these, you know, stories.
Oh,
yeah, like
okay.
they actually
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought that was worded a little oddly. That was a little oddly. Yeah. I guess they said they were going to be an alternative to the crude fare.
Yeah, exactly. They like, you know, cited that and were like, But yeah, so.
Oh, that's even better. Wow. Okay.
There's an interesting good thing in Lazar's book about Anthony Boucher, which actually was a fake name of Anthony Parker White, William Anthony Parker White.
An alter.
Yeah, it was an
perhaps?
alter of his. Yes.
A pen name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was a student at Berkeley. He completed an MA in German there in 1934, doing the shortest master's thesis in the university's history about the duality of Impressionism in recent German drama. Apparently, he wanted to be a playwright. The duality of Impressionism. He wanted to be a playwright, but that didn't work out. So he was conscious of how differently his professional life had turned out, so he decided to fashion a new identity for himself. A devout Catholic, he selected Anthony as his first name and the maiden name of his French grandmother, Boucher, for his last. Having established a dual identity for his dual literary career, White threw himself into the task of translation, and Boucher dedicated himself to the improvement of popular literature. White introduced American readers to the writings of Georges Louis Borges, very famous, while Boucher wrote and published detective fiction and fact crime articles. The latter persona also reviewed books for the New York Times. In 1949, Boucher and a publishing executive capitalized on the growing national mania for science fiction by putting out their own sci-fi monthly. The magazine of fantasy and science fiction became the premier vehicle for post-war fantasy short story writers, for the post-war. All right. Science fiction proved to be the perfect venue for a writer dedicated to taste both erudite and plebeian. Boucher reveled in his two-sided self, leading friends to ponder which side was more authentic. I can stump the highbrow critics with allusions to Caractatus, a ploy that I've perfected by a plentitude of practicus, he wrote in a short bit of autobiographical doggerel. Anthony Boucher did not represent the soul of KPFA in the 1950s by virtue of what he did, but by virtue of who he was. An alienated aesthete who dedicated to the pursuit of private pleasures. He listed his major non-professional interests as historical vocal records, football, basketball, rugby, Elizabethan drama, Gibsons, and dark beer. Nice. Okay.
Cool.
Extremely cool. Yeah, and he was, of course,
Very
a member
cool.
of a Sherlock Holmes society, which is just super dope.
Called the Molly Maguires, which is ironic, given the very wealthy pedigree of all these people, to name themselves after, like an Irish secret society.
Well, the Molly Maguires are actually
like,
in
labor
a Sherlock
terrorist
Holmes
organization.
story, but they're the bad guys, and Sherlock Holmes teams up with James
Exactly.
McFarlane. Yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of actually like an interesting, like, there's something psychological going on of like identifying with like the rebels, but you're actually like, I don't know, you're calling yourself a rebel, but you're actually like Sherlock Holmes and also like an heir to an industrial fortune or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just a bit of a bit of puckish fun, I suppose.
Yeah, puckish fun. There's something else.
And also
about,
since you mentioned the sci-fi thing,
right? Yeah.
I don't know. Like, he was the one who hosted the main Golden Voices, right? The sci-fi program.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, and then there were later sci-fi programs. I don't know if this author definitely went on his, though I have to think she must have. But Marion Zimmer Bradley definitely used to go on the later sci-fi shows in the 70s and the 80s. And was like very tied in because she lived in Berkeley along with Walter Breen, who anybody that's listened to our Jimmy Fallon Gong episode knows. They were both pedos. Walter Breen co-founded NAMBLA and was also involved in the Gifted Child program. So we're starting to see some tight circles here of people that are obsessed with like gifted children and sci-fi and may or may not. Well, in their case, they definitely were pedos. But you know, another thing, Before that Jimmy episode, I didn't realize quite just how many sci-fi writers were like in Berkeley. Even, Philip K. Dick was in Richmond, not far away. But yeah, you'd Breen, Marion Zimmer Bradley, and I think Arthur C. Clarke maybe. And all of those people basically were like, KPFA was like uniquely keen on promoting science fiction stuff. So,
this is actually a really interesting story that Anthony Boucher wrote. I'm not sure if he actually read this on the air. It's possible that he did, but he wrote it anyway. And it's called The Other Inauguration. So the tale is in the evening before the first Tuesday in November in 1984. So in the future from the time it was written. In the study of a very discouraged Berkeley historian named Peter Lanroyd. Writing in his journal, Lanroyd surveyed the recent history of the United States and described as the great years the period between 1952 and 1976, when we had, for the first time, honest two-partyism. Unfortunately, by that last year, a new party had emerged, the American Party. The American Party represented, in Lanroyd's opinion, the combined strengths of two demagogues, Huey Long and Joseph McCarthy. McCarthy failed, the historian wrote, because he attacked and destroyed, but he didn't give. He did not appeal to a mass self-interest. But add the Long technique, every man a king, fuse them together, and you had the perfect totalitarian movement, a party that seemed on the verge of winning tomorrow's national election. The next evening, as Lanroyd sulked before his television set, the American Party's presidential candidate swept the election. From now on, folks, beamed the jubilant TV commentator, it's Americanism for Americans. Lanroyd poured himself a drink and then went to hunt for a razor blade. Just before taking drastic action, however, he noticed that his neighbor's light was still on. Cleve, a researcher on psychic energy at the university, was still up working in his study. Lanroyd decided to drop in for a visit, and Cleve met him at the door with an alcoholic beverage. "Have this, old boy," Cleve said. "I'll mix myself another. Night for drinking, isn't it?" So it was like, get me that wine, like Trump has just taken office. Anyway, so
no, really, this sounds like if Brooklyn Dad Defiant wrote like a YA dystopian YA novel. This is how like Berkeley Dad Defiant.
As the two
basically.
Disappointed liberals inebriated themselves, Cleve slowly explained to Lanroyd that he had a plan. Over the past 10 months, he had perfected not only time travel, but the applied alteration of the past. In a series of little experiments, Cleve had even doctored various aspects of the once present with profitable results. Although skeptical, Lanroyd listened. Then he realized why he had never been able to win at craps with his neighbor. Cleve had always gone back a few seconds and adjusted the dice. We can not only travel in time, the engineer now explained to the historian, we can rotate into another, an alternate time, a world of if. After a few warm-up experiments, the two resolved to ensure the latest election had a more acceptable result. They traveled back in time and got to work, eliminating highly placed collaborators with the American Party with a few well-planted paramilitary maneuvers. They reorganized their favorite national organization, the Free Democratic Republican Party, to make it politically stronger and return to the present. On January 20th, 1984, the two watched television as the new president of the United States, a judge with a solid background in civil liberties, took the oath of office. Lanroyd and Cleve beamed at each other and broached the bourbon, the story concluded. Satisfied, Lanroyd returned to his journal. "I'm the first politician in history who ever made the people vote right against their own judgment." This is what Lessar says about that. Like Lewis Hill, Anthony Boucher dreamed of using a machine to change the course of history. In Hill's case, the machine was a real radio transmitter. But Boucher could not imagine so concrete a solution. Like many Berkeleyans, he had no idea how to improve the grim Cold War landscape. From Boucher's doorstep, the American people seemed incapable of preserving the democracy, and those in the know appeared powerless to hold the American people in check. The best Boucher could do was concoct a fantastic device that would protect his fellow Americans from their own worst impulses, a contraption he and a friend could operate while drinking at home. So that's like a pretty nice, treatment of this, in my opinion. It sounds like completely like lacking in drama, too. Just like everything like works out and is great, just like everything is better and better.
A lot of this
it
generation
sounds almost
of
like
sci-fi
movie.
does.
It sounds like movie Bob would write too. It like seems like
No, it does. It sounds like Coming to Theaters 2022, like directed by Aaron Sorkin.
And like then I came back to the future and everything was good. What? So, but it's also very interesting how the hero is like a psychic researcher at Berkeley. It just like shows that naive optimism
just
of
just
like, nothing will go wrong if we just invent time travel and like go back in time and like murder people for our own political goals. That's literally.
It's so much funnier when you read about like why they like hate Marxism as like a political philosophy and like how ridiculous it is, and then like you turn around and like, well, what's your idea? And they're like, oh, we can create a time machine, or just like like psyop people with our radio station to like to feel differently, and then everyone's just not going to want to do war. It's like it is so calling it idealism is like an insult to like idealism, I guess. Like it's so far. They're so far gone on their like utopian tip, like adventurous utopian tip that it's like what and
before
I don't know.
We should read the Stalinoid passage from MacDonald, who was a big figure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You mean Dwight MacDonald?
Yeah,
yeah. Well, because he, like I said, is somebody that I'm looking at his book on my shelf right now, who I thought was an interesting, like, cultural critic, at least, with, like, all that mass cult and mid stuff. And I didn't realize like how much of a silver spoon he was born with, or how plugged in he was. Just from the thing Lazar uses to set him up. Says he was born in New York City in 1906, the founder of Politics magazine. He had a lot in common with Hill. As a boy, MacDonald attended exclusive private schools Phillips, Exeter Academy, and Yale. I wonder if he was in Skull and Bones. Maybe not. Then he took a writing position at that flagship publication for corporate America, Fortune magazine. By the late 1930s, however, he concluded that the so-called free market system had failed. Ambivalent about Stalinism, to say the least, as well as capitalism, he wrote briefly for the Partisan Review, then joined the Socialist Workers' Party. But like A.J. Musty, MacDonald could really belong to no party save his own. Outraged by Trotsky's support, I don't know what he means here, outraged by Trotsky's support of the 1941 Soviet invasion of Finland. Didn't Trotsky die in 40? I don't know, but I think also maybe that invasion happened in 40. Maybe that's like the last thing he said. But outraged by Trotsky's support, the broken clocks twice a day, support of the 1941 Soviet invasion of Finland, MacDonald resigned from the SWP that year. MacDonald concluded that, in the words of one scholar, that, quote, something disastrous had happened in his lifetime. This disaster had befallen not only the Nazi Holocaust, many victims, but the entire world, indeed, human consciousness. Dwarfed by the bureaucratic state, by modern war, by deterministic ideologies, people were, in MacDonald's view, losing the capacity to know what it meant to be human. In an effort to redefine humanness and figure out how societies might resurrect and nourish it, in 1943, MacDonald started his own magazine. And so that was Politics magazine. He introduced some very big people like Marshall McLuhan to wider audiences who would be very influential in this world. And where's that stall? But then, as the Cold War and the Red Scare, McCarthyism intensified.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It was towards.
He is
right. It was when.
Was it the Rude as Man essay?
I don't know about that, but there was a conference about pacifism that they had at some point. I guess it was earlier on. It was in 1946. I guess before KPFA really started to take proper shape. And one of the biggest figures, as we mentioned, I think in pacifism was Gandhi. It's all about Gandhi and whether we can, follow the example of Gandhi. Yeah, they love Gandhi. Anyway, but just like today, all these people
human
love
rights lawyer
Hinduism.
Who'll never shoot back.
They just love it. But anyway, so Alan Watts, Buddhism. It's just, so odd. There's just always one thing like left out. Always one thing that just like never, it's just right in between. It's never quite, as part of that. It's always like an ugly little wart in the face of the glorious East. If only these religions could be overcome. Anyway, but Gandhi's beautiful vision destroyed by... Anyway, so a schism emerged in the pacifist movement between those who supported various forms of communalism and those who desired a broader political approach. Not surprisingly, younger activists like Dave Dellinger, whose ideas had been formed during the CPS era, sought to build new cooperative institutions. A.J. Must and others wanted pacifists to rebuild a mass movement against militarism and social injustice. By 1952, this division had become pronounced. At an executive committee meeting that year, the group broke into two factions, one led by Bayard Rustin and Must, and the other led by Dillinger and the War Resisters League leader Ralph de Gia. This gathering went on for hours. Finally, Rustin lost his patience. "This is getting us nowhere," he exclaimed. "This is like a point of personal privilege. Anyway, so, in fact, both strategies faced severe difficulties. Must and Rustin correctly observed that a pacifist wave of small-scale social experiments might satisfy personal needs, but would do little in the short run to challenge the militarist state. The road to be rebuilding a pacifist mass movement, however, stood also blocked by socialist/pacifist antipathy towards the Soviet Union. The pro-Soviet coup of Czechoslovakia and attempts to blockade Berlin from the West tested the faith of pacifists and their supporters. Many advocates of nonviolence, including Dwight MacDonald and Evan Thomas, simply could not withstand the complexity of the moment and resigned from the War Resisters League. How, MacDonald asked, would nonviolence save West Berlin from the Russians? In correspondence with MacDonald, Roy Kepler found himself repelled by the editor's now near-fanatical anti-communism, exemplified by MacDonald's frequent references to Stalinoids. I do not agree with you that Stalinists are, quote, not human, Kepler wrote to MacDonald in 1949. If you think that of them, there is not much humanly possible to be done in the situation. You are faced with the idea that all that is left is to destroy these subhumans. Unable to answer such concerns, MacDonald abandoned activism altogether, embracing cultural criticism instead. He shut down politics and gave a talk in May 1949 entitled Goodbye to Utopia, during which he declared hopeless any consistent systematic pattern for understanding reality. Great.
Wow. I like that not only it's one thing to say that, like, if you were, like, say, a pro-Soviet person that, I don't know, like the Berlin blockade and the pro-Soviet coup of Czechoslovakia tested the faith that you had in, like, the Soviet Union, but to say that, like, it tested the faith of pacifists to not want to declare war on the Soviets and, like, start another war, which is kind of what he seems to be getting at. Like, how could nonviolence work to stop these fucking Russian scumbags who aren't human anymore? You know, like, he's like foaming at the mouth to fucking, like, nuke them. And, like, even the dude who, like, put on Jerry Garcia to KPFA, Roy Kepler, was repelled by his fanatical anti-communism. And yeah, that was that's the thing that gets downplayed a lot with MacDonald. He also wrote for Encounter magazine, which it came out, later, was getting tons of CIA money as part of the cultural Cold War program throughout the entire time. But I guess he just missed that, or it didn't test his faith in just being a mealy-mouthed culture critic in Manhattan. So, as long as the checks kept coming in and that clout kept coming in, it was all right.
Right.
But to the degree that a person becomes conscious that the evil is as much in himself as in the other, to this same degree he is not likely to project it onto some scapegoat and commit the most criminal acts of violence upon other people. Now this is to me the primary thing that Jung saw, that in order to admit and really accept and understand the evil in oneself, one had to be able to do it without being an enemy to it. As he put it, you had to accept your own dark side. And he had this preeminently in his own character. I had a long talk with him back in 1958. And I was enormously impressed with a man who was obviously very great, but at the same time, with whom everyone could be completely at ease. There are so many great people, great in knowledge or great in what is called holiness, with whom the ordinary individual feels rather embarrassed. He feels inclined to sit on the edge of his chair and to feel immediately judged by this person's wisdom or sanctity. Jung managed to have wisdom, and I think also sanctity, in such a way that when other people came into its presence, they didn't feel judged. They felt enhanced, encouraged, and invited to share in a common life. And there was a sort of twinkle in Jung's eye that gave me the impression that he knew himself to be just as much a villain as everybody else. There's a nice German word, Hintergedanke, which means a thought in the very far, far back of your mind. Jung had a Hintergedanke in the back of his mind, which showed in the twinkle in his eye. It showed that he knew and recognized what I've sometimes called the element of irreducible rascality in himself. he knew it so strongly and so clearly, and in a way so lovingly, that he would not condemn the same thing in others, and therefore would not be led into those thoughts, feelings, and acts of violence towards others, which are always characteristic of the people who project the devil in themselves upon the outside, upon somebody else, upon the scapegoat. Now this made Jung a very integrated character. In other words, here I have to present a little bit of a complex idea. He was a man who was thoroughly with himself, having seen and accepted his own nature profoundly. He had a kind of unity and absence of conflict in his own nature, which had to it this additional complication that I find so fascinating. He was the sort of man who could feel anxious and afraid and guilty without being ashamed of feeling this way. In other words, he understood that an integrated person is not a person who simply eliminated the sense of guilt or the sense of anxiety from his life, who is fearless and wooden.
Before necessarily going further into like the downfall of Lewis Hill, there are a couple people that are pretty notable that I think neither of us realized their careers are basically launched at KPFA and are probably like two fairly recognizable names even today, and those are Alan Watts and Pauline Kael.
Yeah. Pauline Kael.
One the kind of Zen Buddhist.
Yes, the wise Zen man, the Buddhist master who, yes,
influenced a
the
generation.
Ultimate monk.
Yeah, we all know the story.
Yeah,
the ultimate monk. Yeah, we'll get to his bio. Not exactly what I knew he was kind of a freak, but I didn't realize how freaky he got. But what did you want to say about Pauline Kael?
Yeah, Pauline Kael. We had differences with over her hatred of Day of the Dolphin. Although she had, very controversial takes on a lot of stuff, but she did have one remark on KPFA that I thought was pretty great. Of course it was, aired on KPFA, so she still was going on with being part of it for a pretty long time, but she went on a tirade against the audience at one point, which was pretty awesome.
Yep.
I'm trying to find it right now. And you, I suppose, will go on guiltily turning your dollars over to the station, feeling that with each contribution you are a better person for it. You're paying off the liberal debt. You feel as if you're really doing something, even if no one will tell you exactly what. It's all a big union of self-sacrificing dedicated staff and self-sacrificial listeners. A kind of osmosis. They give you guilt. You give them money. And the more guilt they give you, the more you need to assuage your guilt by giving them money.
Yeah, and that one after that she said as well, liberals always talk about pressures to conformity, but there's a KPFA kind of conformity too. If you're ever going to do something about the out there, I think you should start right here. It looks like a pretty good Aegean stable to me, encrusted with sincerity and cant. That was around the time that she left. Yeah, I guess, she really kind of called them out. And, she also said that the typical KPFA listener seems to regard criticism of the station the way a Chamber of Commerce man regards an attack on the profit system. A genuinely offended Pauline Kael concluded, quote, "Go back where you came from. Holy cow." Yeah, I guess she got attacked by some listeners who wrote in and didn't appreciate her criticizing KPFA, and that it kind of escalated from there.
Yeah.
And then I guess after that, she went on to the New Yorker after that, after she quit?
Was it the New Yorker that she went to? Maybe.
I think it was the New Yorker, and then that's where most people know her from, is like moving into being like the film critic.
You're right, 1968.
The New Yorker, where she still had very like almost, like Armand White tier takes sometimes. And ones that we didn't agree with, like Day of the Dolphin.
Right, definitely.
But
lots of curveballs.
You were saying something about like the kind of dynamic of insulting her her
Yeah, well,
audience.
that's like one thing. I almost feel like what she said was almost too close to home, where that's not really similar to that's not really exactly the resonance that I recognize, but I did see a kind of parallel with the sort of contemporary orientation towards the listenership that you see in a lot of contemporary podcasts, like in the left sphere or in the dirtbag universe, like like I'm gonna shit on my dick and etc.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, right. Some of the stuff that happened on KPFA, there was a particularly interesting quote from the end of Laysar's book. I'll see if I can find it. It had to do with, this is someone, Josephson, who he pondered in terms of like what listeners would tolerate from the station. He was speculated, according to someone else to post. I just have it in our notes, so I have to look it up in the actual book. But yeah, Steve Post.
Yeah, Steve, this happened on WBAI in New York, I believe.
Right, yeah.
Probably in the early 60s.
Right, yeah. He said that if we presented several hours a week of nothing but farting, the program would soon have a large and dedicated following. They played black vinyl records simultaneously or backwards, sometimes letting the needle repeat over damaged grooves while talking over the skips.
Cool. Yeah. No, that did really kind of that was a kind of radio that kind of did grow out of, before mainstream commercial radio was allowed to be like full of shock jocks and like Howard Stern and stuff like that. The first people that were experimenting with that were the Pacifica radio stations, and I think they described a controversial moment early on where I think they invited like 4 like blue collar people in and were like smoking weed and talking about
that was
how
another
amazing
thing.
weed
Yeah, exactly. They're like,
was.
let's just like talk about like what's going on. Yeah, it became very controversial. It was really a big thing in the larger culture. There's a lot of controversy around the marijuana segment, and everyone involved was high at the time, and they were just like, hey man, like let's just talk about like whether weed is good, and I think we can all agree like we got a good thing going here. Which is interesting. Maybe the beginning of like a sus synthetic weed psyop that we're now seeing unfold. Yeah.
Maybe. I think, and that was in the very early 60s, so it was still I think it was in the early 60s, so it was still enough to like freak everybody out and cause a huge sinkhole.
Well, it was.
But no, I think there was even another one.
The dam was breaking,
I do remember it didn't pop up in this book, but I believe that maybe in 1966, a guy that got a lot of exposure through Pacifica Radio, Allen Ginsberg, I think went on somebody's show while on acid, and they were doing kind of a similar thing of like they were all giggling and like making kind of veiled references to LSD and like how cool it was, and it was like a little kind of mini controversy. Oh yeah, he claims to have read a poem on LSD. Oh wait, no, that was actually to William F. Buckley. Weird. But anyways, I wasn't able to find that. Just before we jump into Alan
Radical
Watts, like maybe
lesbian
it's worth
ayatollahs
the other
is a phrase
that
was thrown out at WBAI. He was disturbed with the course the Scent Radio had taken. He was upset at the radical lesbian ayatollahs that he was encountering. Yes, he said, now I know why Lewis Hill committed suicide. Apparently they would just monologue
that
about
was in
personal matters,
1972,
make fun of listeners, follow each other on the air. Yeah, another thing that I think is an interesting feature of KPFA that resonates with a lot of the podcast content that you see today, especially in some of the post-left, neither here nor there sort of sphere, is the kind of mixture of having, reactionary personalities on as well as people on the left. There are definitely certain podcasts that probably come to mind when you think about that, who will have like controversial figures on, like Steve Bannon or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did find that quote that kind of about the sort of idea of the open debate, but always reinforcing whatever their line was. The show included a commander of the local American Legion Post, a Mills College history professor, a UC Berkeley biophysicist, and a member of the San Francisco Lawyers Guild. Can world government be achieved in our lifetime? Pondered a panel that included a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution. It didn't matter how much the American Legionnaire declared atomic weapons to be compatible with individual rights, or how much the daughter damned the world government with an anti-American plot, as an anti-American plot. The pacifists who planned these programs always won, because unlike anywhere else in the broadcasting universe, they always decide on the topic of the hour. But, I don't know if people to entertain these people today always win.
Yes.
Or maybe they do always win, because maybe this is what they want. Maybe they just want this kind of morass of meaningless, discussion about a world government with Steve Bannon on one side, Noam Chomsky on the other.
Yeah. By the way, frequent guest on Pacifica Radio starting in the 60s, Noam Chomsky. I think even Lazar said in 1999 that he achieved a godlike status among the listeners, where just everything he said was sacrosanct, and that. So he got kind of put on that by that as well, KPFA.
Yeah, it's really something where you really can see a genealogy taking shape, where you have something that started out as this kind of utopian pacifist vision with a kind of a political slant. This is going to be a politically transformative thing, and then eventually it has urging listeners to organize a fat-in, with 500 people responding, and they cultivated Steve Post, that is on WBAI, cultivated an on-air relationship with a caller known only as the Enema Lady, who phoned in with poems and songs about her favorite bathroom pastime. The blending of these two things, this anarcho-pacifist vision with poo, my dick and cum.
Seriously, who knew it went back that far? I mean, we all knew about you can
really see it slowly crystallizing.
Yes.
If you just follow this history,
and
you can really see this taking shape. People think it's so rebellious, or that it's this.
It's so radical.
The new direction of being a dirtbag, but
by people who are
by the
people
Hegelian dialectic between talking about cum and wishy-washy socialist bullshit.
Pamphlet waivers, I think Lewis Hill liked to call them. A Marxist, where pamphlet, they just they go around and they wave pamphlets and bark at people. How are you going to ever convince anybody to get on board with that? Instead you have to have this ideologically extremely slippery and promiscuous kind of thing that has a certain vibe. But if you want a really good example of, say, platforming a person like Steve Bannon of that era, I noticed this little side note that kind of really jumped out at me. But they were talking about many times the difficulties of trying to platform people with different types of views, and how their philosophy of have everybody with with conflicting views on one show together, or just have one show with a right-wing bircher and then another one with a Marxist and things like that. And all these didn't really fit. But when they were trying the thing of, let's give a right-wing person, it says, Lazar says here, a future Secretary of Defense had his own commentary show on KPFA around the same time. I think this might have been the early 60s. Deathly dull, Phil Elwood characterized Republican state legislator Caspar Weinberger's KPFA commentary performance and thought he would have done better in a more interactive format. Okay, so KPFA had Caspar Weinberger had his own show on KPFA. We brought him up in the Victory episode and the whole Contra series. He was a pretty big player and had come, I think he was one of the California boys that came along with Reagan to the White House, but a big time super anti-communist maniac, Cold Warrior and Reagan confidant. And they just kind of thought sure, I guess he was just a humble Republican state legislator at that point, but I mean, when you're giving Caspar Weinberger a show to talk about whatever he wants, maybe you have to ask yourself, just a little bit, are you really contributing to the promotion of peace? you know, and the raising of consciousness.
Awesome. And I think that's like totally cool and normal to do.
Yeah, you're right.
And in fact, I think I didn't go far enough because they should have like had a whole separate hour talking about how he was sexy or something, and how they wanted to focus.
Yeah. Steve Post should have co-hosted with Caspar Weinberger.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. And they should have had like sound. They should have had like one of those sound effect panels with like farts and burps and like sirens. And guns being cocked. Anyway. Yeah.
Exactly. Done like ironic advertisements.
Well, you're right. They were sponsorless radio, but they should have, you know, just done advertisements like to insult the listeners.
They're definitely with the Steve Post era, starting in like the late 60s, early 70s, there came a kind of like, don't you just like it, you little piggies? I'm gonna insult you with how stupid and low effort this show is,
like,
and you're gonna love it. I don't get it. I've never got it with those types of, specifically the ones
I've never understood that.
Don't really bring anything to the table except like this weird affect and like poop and cum jokes and like kind of insulting the audience, but it's like it makes you weirdly, I guess it makes people feel like they're in on the joke, and it's like a weird, it's like really the dark side of the parasocial dynamic, you know, like it's very bizarre.
Yeah, it's like when you're being like trauma-based mind controlled by someone like constantly repeating to you that you're a pig and like you love to like eat the slop of their shitty podcast.
It becomes like a
bit.
The worse it is, the more you have to love it. I guess it's easier
if like, I guess it'd probably be much easier. I mean, I guess that's probably what we should have done, is just like conceive the podcast and be like shitty on purpose, and then just not put any work into it, and that's like part of the draw. You know,
I'm good. That sounds soul deadening. I don't know. It's just come on, you know.
Exactly.
But you know, to take it back, before they went full poop and balls mode, in the late in the 50s and early 60s, they had one of the most eminent minds in philosophy and spirituality, speaking through the KPFA airwaves. Somebody who you still see very obnoxiously quoted and lionized to this day, Mr. Alan Watts.
Probably like the biggest source of like boring like milquetoast fools opinions next to Carl Sagan. Like him and Carl Sagan are like two sides of the same coin in terms of like providing like two really lame, boring takes on the world that are like widely proliferated among boring people.
Like glittering banalities that just like persist and like
glittering banalities.
Very much. Radioactive fallout. You can't like scrub it out of the soil. It's like caked the entire San Francisco Bay Area and all of California at this point, and to a certain extent, like the entire self-conceived alternative culture of America, I think, particularly in this kind of like college educated, like upper middle class to affluent, very hip on cultural signifiers and kind of, you know, media, literature, art, whatever. You know, Alan Watts seemed to have like a really great ability to like scratch those people's backs and make them feel so fucking enlightened. But as Lazar, like I think
I still know people who will like, you know, like white Buddhists who love Alan Watts.
Well, he was nominally a real adherent of Zen Buddhism, but I think like the opening paragraph, actually, I always knew he was sus in general just by kind of listening to him and the company he kept. But I think Lazar does a great job of like in this one paragraph, really, I did not know this stuff about Alan Watts, but I don't know, not trying to kink shame, but draw your own judgment. Okay, in 1951, Alan Wilson Watts arrived on the West Coast with a new wife and 2 children by previous marriage. He probably felt relief at having escaped the eastern winter, but his sudden appearance had little to do with the weather. Watts fled from scandal. For 6 years, this English-born clergyman had distinguished himself as the most unusual Episcopal priest in Chicago history. He later admitted that he had chosen the priesthood, quote, because it was the only formal role of Western society into which, at that time, I could even begin to fit. But even this occupation ill-suited him, and in 1950 his life began to unravel. His first wife had begun writing to the Anglican Bishop of Chicago, complaining that Watts had declared monogamy outdated, was having affairs, and practiced sadomasochism. Distressed by these confessions, she became involved with one of her piano students. Upon disclosing this new relationship to her husband, she expected outrage. Instead, he heartily expressed his approval and suggested that both the student and his own lover move into the combination home and chapel where the Watts family lived. This indeed took place. Watts's wife even had a child with her student. Finally, she wrote to the bishop that she could bear the situation no longer and secured an annulment of the marriage in Nevada. When asked by his Anglican superiors about these developments, the priest declared himself unrepentant. He had embraced the church, Watts explained in a letter, out of nostalgia and a desire for security. The logic of Christianity no longer spoke to him. The Christian philosophy of sex encouraged the individual to, quote, foster a simulated love, which is fear in disguise. As for the rituals, Watts could stomach them no longer. Quote, I can understand worship as an act of thanksgiving or God's love, but the formularies of the church make it all too plain that it is likewise to be understood as a means of spiritual self-advancement. That's how he ended up in California. He was doing poly shit before it was cool and believed that, like I said, I'm not going to kink shame, but I mean, does that sound like super enlightened to you? This guy who, by the way, like wasn't really, he was obsessed with Buddhism before he became an Anglican priest. And so he almost kind of did it like almost consciously as like an insight role to become a priest. It wasn't like he just started out as like in kind of the full Christian tradition. I saw here even just on his Wikipedia that he was really wrapped up in theosophy as an adolescent growing up in Britain.
I mean, that absolutely makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyone in that world would naturally be.
I mean, from a really young age. I guess he met this like as a teenager. He met this guy Francis Croshaw, a wealthy Epicurean with strong interests in both Buddhism and exotic, little-known aspects of European culture. And Watts basically, he felt he had to decide between Anglican Christianity he'd been exposed to and the Buddhism he'd read about in various libraries, including Croshaw's. He chose Buddhism and sought membership in the London Buddhist Lodge, which had been established by Theosophists and was then run by the barrister and QC Christmas Humphreys. And he became the organization's secretary at age 16, another gifted child, perhaps, in 1931, and, started studying meditation. And he also tutored under a rascal guru named Dimitri Mitronovich, who was, I guess, influenced by Peter Ouspensky, G.I. Gurdjieff, and the varied psychoanalytical schools of Freud, Jung, and Adler. And then at age 30, he got ordained as an Episcopal priest and I guess moved to Chicago with his wife. Here's an interesting little thing that might be of interest to people, that around the time that he was like leaving the church in 1950 and his life was falling apart, he spent the new year getting to know Joseph Campbell and Campbell's wife, Jean Erdman, as well as the composer John Cage. Wasn't John Cage the guy who did the 444 composition where he just sits at the piano?
Yeah, where you just listen to ambient noise.
That's the most CIA fucking shit I've ever heard. I'm sorry. that's like an art weapon. Like because people, I've heard so many times, it's just like, whoa, it's so amazing. Like he just sits there, or maybe it's like staring, at a Rothko long enough, you just start crying because you think that, I get it, some of Rothko's things are like, they're interesting, they're layered, but you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of, there's really like the Emperor's New Clothes thing of like bougie people patting themselves on the back for something, just like kind of a lot of modern art in general, that actually, because it's like really making that leap into conceptual art that even like Mark Lombardi was kind of caught up in his world, where all of a sudden it becomes about the idea and the craft involved basically becomes like non-existent, and so it becomes infinitely reproducible, but then there's still something that gives it value that basically I think can be exploited by the classes of people that buy and trade and sell art and all that kind of stuff. For not just for like, I think there's like a money laundering level to it, but there's even kind of like a sick, like, alchemical kind of thing going on of like, yeah, we know it's worth nothing, but we're going to make it worth something through kind of like psyoping everybody into giving it legitimacy. You know what? Like, there's a whole ideological apparatus humming underneath the surface that is legitimizing this type of conceptual stunt art, or people saying that that Steve, what's his name, like farting into the microphone is actually brilliant, like deconstructionalist comedy or whatever. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It mystifies the value that's put into it, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the money laundering angle. Yeah, I mean, I don't have like the same like aversion to John Cage. I mean, I don't know as much. I don't know very much about him. I know some of his work. I know some of his compositions, like his unconventional compositions and his sort of artistic representations.
Yeah, I'm not attacking those necessarily. Like I mean, I'm just attacking the one aspect. Yeah, the not playing anything for 4 minutes and calling it art is the only one that I'm kind of questioning, given the time that it came out and in the circles he was running in. That was such a cool thing to do, and totally fits in the paradigm of like what the CIA kind of wanted the high art world to be pumping out. Things that, you know, because I think that's the kind of thing of like the Soviet Union. There's no way that they could like kind of say like, that's great, that's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, no, like what is this like bourgeois mystification of music? Like, this is bullshit. We're gonna keep teaching people how to be like classically trained musicians and make cool disco music, like, you know, or whatever. But you know what? Okay, like, I mean, yeah, not to get off on a whole thing about John Cage, but also Joseph Campbell, interesting. Because, you know, he's completely...
Joseph Campbell is another, like, pseudo-mystical hack.
Yeah.
Whose, like, ideas are stupid.
But so central to all these people. Like he was...
Quite influential, yes. Quite influential.
Very influential.
Yeah, something that is completely impossible to take seriously. But pretty serious compared to Alan Watts, even, I would say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, we can discuss avant-garde art or John Cage at a different time. I think that's an interesting discussion. But... anyway, of course, like, you know, there are CIA links to those things, and the money laundering angle is interesting. Like, I don't know about that particularly, but
I don't mean John Cage was like involved in CIA money laundering. Yeah, I mean today, like things like art, like arts that, especially, you know, there's so much fraud and everything like that. I think that like the inflated prices of art, which really blew up in the 80s around the same era as like the Iran-Contra kind of hot money era, like really accelerated. And, you know, all this, like, hot money was floating around the world economy that you saw, like, very sus, wealthy people, like, increasingly dealing in this, like, abstract expressionism art. I guess that's all I meant by the money laundering. Not necessarily in, like, the specific case of, like, John Cage or even, I don't know, any of the people that we're talking about right now. But, like, it's sus. That's all I'm saying, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. Although, yeah, I'm also, like, and I definitely recognize the CIA influence in promoting, you know, some of these pieces of art, some of these artists. But I'm also just, like, you know, I'm weary of, like, kind of the, like, this is like traditional art, you know, like when it's like a photorealistic like painting, like, oh great, like, yeah, okay.
No,
like,
I'm not saying that. I'm not even by this era in the like the 50s and 60s, like socialist realism was kind of over, like they'd moved beyond it. So yeah, I'm not implying that like only socialist realism.
And there's also like, you know, one of my favorite abstract, or you know, with someone who definitely could be described as a, you know, non-objective artist or an abstract artist is Kazimir Malevich, who was, you know, Soviet painter. You know, and
I'm
he created
not ruling
Black
it out.
Square. I think that might have been before the revolution. Yeah, it was, but still, Pragmatism was still something that was a big movement within the Soviet Union. But
I'm
anyway,
not dismissing the genre. I'm just dismissing like the way it was promoted in the United States. Like clear, like it is confirmed had like enthusiastic backing through like the same types of people that were even kind of backing
definitely true.
The Pacifica Foundation. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I like this description of Alan Watts from Lazar. Alan Watts represented the perfect middle-class Zen master. You could take his version of Zen anywhere, home, school, or work. More important, Watts brought the foreign home and made it feel safe. Taking pains to evade confrontational politics, Watts just skipped the Cold War, preferring in his effortlessly Zen way to bypass recent events and his representations of the East. Mm-hmm. Listening to his gentle voice on KPFA, one forgot about Mao and Pearl Harbor when thinking about China and Japan. Those nations did not harbor enemies, his lecture suggested. They represented the homes of ancient philosophies and wise teachers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I like this. Yeah, I like this tidbit as well. Like, after settling in the Bay Area, Watts took a position with the American Academy of Asian Studies in San Francisco. God, like, things... yeah, anyway. Shortly after that, Richard Moore invited him to present a commentary on KPFA. The two met at 3 p.m. for a studio recording. Moore asked if Watts wanted to read from a prepared script. "Oh, no," Watts replied. "I'll talk. You let me know what time it is." After Moore turned on the tape recorder, the ex-minister began his commentary. He spoke with remarkable calm, always taking time between sentences, and produced a flawless speech 50 minutes of the second. Moore was astonished. "Have you got any more of those?" he asked. So, here's, so maybe, if you find yourself getting pulled into these seductive speeches where people don't say or ever, and they just like rattle off this perfectly realized speech or gibberish about coming and shitting, and they don't say maybe think about it. Maybe it's better if someone is taking time to consider what they're saying and actually having thoughts while they're speaking instead of robotically delivering some kind of nonsense bromides about the timeless Eastern wisdom.
Yeah, exactly. And, if you go down nothing wrong with a little extemporaneous, thinking. It's hard when you do research, you actually do research and you're reading a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
it's a little difficult,
right, yeah.
When you're doing research while recording in real time, you can hear the keyboard clicking away, like this. How about this? Did you know that he was friends with Robert Anton Wilson and Werner Erhard, the creator of Est, attended workshops given by Alan Watts, and said, "He pointed me toward what I now call the distinction between self and mind. After my encounter with Alan, the context in which I was working shifted." And pretty much like all kinds of other people that you could imagine. I mean, I think I mentioned that I sent you this recording. I don't know if it was broadcast on KPFA with like Allen Ginsberg and Tim Leary in 1968. Of course, Watts became a huge promoter of psychedelics going back, I think, to the late 1950s. And, I think he had an essay called The New Alchemy, and was the first time he talked about using psychedelic drugs for mystical insight. And I guess he had started out with mescaline given to him by Oscar Janiger, who is an experimental psychiatrist at UC Irvine, who is specialized in LSD research between 1954 and 1962. So I think we can add Alan Watts perhaps to the volunteer list of people that were in
Oscar
MK
Janiger
Ultra.
Was Allen Ginsberg's cousin.
No, I just saw that. Saw that. Oh my God.
He also introduced LSD to Aldous Huxley as well.
Oh, and Cary Grant, who I believe used to go to Lookout Mountain Air Force Base. Wow. And Alan Watts, of course. Alan Watts and Aldous Huxley were good friends as well, up until Huxley's death in 1963. And
I'm sure Alan Watts was acquainted at least with every single sus person you could possibly name, just because he was like one of the premier representatives and popularizers of non-Western theologies, or sorry, not theologies, soul working, or like something that's like, and everything's fine, just like go to your job, but like pretend that you are somehow Zen and just like don't think about anything. You are God, blah blah blah.
It's so much like Idris Shah, but just with kind of more Zen Buddhism and LSD kind of thrown in there. Yeah.
The only flaw, but it's interesting, maybe today Idris Shah would get further because by virtue of being Idris Shah, but it's ironically, I think Alan Watts probably did better by virtue of being white, and Idris Shah was less successful because he was actually named Idris Shah and actually from an Afghani family. He probably held him back, whereas today maybe one would hope it will be the reverse, but you never really know. Actually, it's especially with in this world of just complete charlatans.
Absolutely.
I mean, Chris Butler is still
he's out there
doing well.
I'm afraid to go to
Hawaii.
But yeah, just also wow, we really should got to file Oscar Janiger in for like maybe his own episode, because his LSD research apparently predated Timothy Leary's, but was not recognized widely because he did not publish his data and he administered the drugs in his Los Angeles office. So you remember when Leary said in that reunion tape about how like they had their agents in Los Angeles? I mean, I think he was probably talking about Laurel Canyon, but like they were doing way more far out stuff and they don't usually get credit for it. I wonder if this guy, who was Allen Ginsberg's cousin, how have I never heard that before? That Allen Ginsberg's cousin was like the first LSD scientist in the UC system who was giving it out to like celebrities. And he moved to LA in 1950 and then went later to UC Irvine, which is where what's his name, was it Deleuze taught at? I always forget. I get those damn post-Marxist fuckers mixed up. It wasn't Deleuze and Guattari, it was the other guy. Help me out. Hello, academic. Derrida, that's right, Derrida.
Yeah, who are you talking about?
Derrida.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Derrida was at UC Irvine as well. So,
right,
okay,
yeah.
So that's because, speaking of Allen Ginsberg, he did pop up in one of the things that we read. And actually, this is one of the other, I think it might have been in that unpublished dissertation that mentioned something that happened with KPFA and footnoted in an interview with Betty Ford-Aquino. And so this one jumped out at me as kind of interesting because I'm familiar with the kind of esoteric legend of it, and that is basically the first reading of Allen Ginsberg's Howl on KPFA radio. Right. And that was like, I'd always heard about this as like, oh, that was like a big moment, because I think it basically challenged the authorities because he had gotten arrested, I think at Lawrence Ferlinghetti's City Light Books in North Beach in San Francisco. Basically, he was doing like a poetry reading Howl, like the uncensored version, and the cops like busted in and arrested everybody for obscenity. Now, according to that, I think it was that dissertation, and I guess according to an interview with Betty Ford-Aquino, who must have been there or present for it because she had this story, she said that Howl had been brought to Lewis Hill when I guess Allen Ginsberg first published it, and they were asking him, like, we want to bring this poet on to read this thing, and Lewis Hill initially said no because he didn't think it was good enough. He thought it wasn't a very good poem. And so like right after that was when they were doing, I think this was in like 1956. The police then like cracked down on, I think, a poetry reading at City Lights and then banned the poem. Like they banned people from selling Howl. And then of course, like once that happened, it immediately became this huge cause celeb among like First Amendment defenders. And I think that that provocative action by the cops and the legal system made Lewis Hill change his mind immediately. And then like the next day he brought on Allen Ginsberg. And I think in Lazar's book, he mentioned a kind of interesting thing about that, where they almost did a little bit of like a sus trickery thing with Howl, because they made certain compromises to change some of the language in it. Because there's very like sexually explicit homosexual language.
The word, they cut out some of the words like the C word and such.
Well, yeah, like endless cock and balls all night. Like stuff like that. And they just said like enraptured, ensconced
endless
in balls.
Balls. Yeah,
endless balls.
They cut out cock. Yeah, they're like endless balls. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I guess what Lazar kind of pointed out is that's a little bit interesting, because on the one hand they were promoting Howl as like, look how fucking uptight and square like the authorities are, and fair, they were overly uptight in that era, but like look how uptight these crazy people and these like religious idiots and like these Philistines are for this poem, which sure, it has like a little bit of racy language in it, but it's so good we just have to play it. But like the version that they claimed, I think, that they were reading it in like its full entirety, you know, like as is, and that was going to be a bold
that, like,
First Amendment thing.
But the spirit of Howl is still there, or something.
But they did take out most of the most jarring kind of like crude language in it, so it kind of softened it a little bit. But they didn't, so it almost like created this false sense of like, oh, that was what they were so offended by. Like that's ridiculous. When I don't know, like considering Ginsberg's interaction with. Not saying, you know, his all the references in his poems to homosexuality are actually about pedophilia, but there's definitely stuff in a lot of his poems that like teeters on that line when you consider he was such a big NAMBLA fan and Andrew Dworkin wanted to shoot him and all that stuff, that, you know, it's kind of like they're playing this little game where Ginsberg is kind of being like hyper provocative. And I mean, I don't know, like not to get again like on like a spiral of like literary criticism, but it's that kind of stuff where it's like I think actually like Ginsberg had talent as a poet, but every time I've gone back and read anything, the kind of just like the crude sexuality at a certain point it feels a little bit like either a gimmick or just like, dude, chill. It's like, why do you have to, I don't know, reference it like. It's kind of like Polanski putting a rape in every movie. You know what I mean? Like after a certain while, it's like, okay, dog, like, okay, like chill out. But you know, but then they played the sanitized version of it and it became this big hit. And then of course, you know, he was already, I guess he probably got the tip from his cousin that LSD was really cool. And then he enrolled in the Stanford acid thing and became one of these guys like running around with everybody in the 60s. And I thought it was also interesting that I sense, again, cannot prove it, but maybe like a kind of interesting psyop opportunity where like maybe Betty Ford is the one who brought Howl to him, to Lewis Hill, and he was like, like, nah, this isn't very good, this is shitty. And then she like, I don't know, called up her like assets in like the police department, or like, you need to make something happen. And then, like, they basically psyoped Lewis Hill.
I kind of agree with Lewis Hill that it's not like that good of a poem. I can see why, you know, obviously, like, the cultural context made it into a thing. And obviously, like, it's kind of like one of those things of just, like, shout-outs, kind of, you know, where people feel like they are being represented in the poem, like a certain subculture is being portrayed. So
interesting.
Maybe
well, you think
like,
of the beats, you know, as that,
part of
right?
Why people have it.
Like they're a clique, they're a culture clique in a way that you might even see today on like social media. Like they all knew each other and interacted with each other and kind of like made each other into characters with kind of thinly veiled names. Like all their stuff was super. It is kind of a plague of like fiction today that everybody seems to be just writing like memoirs or like memoirized fiction or like thinly disguised Roman clefs, basically just about like, I'm just like a young person living in New York, like feeling depressed all the time. You know what I mean? Like there's that kind of thing. And I think that's even been like promoted by MFA programs, which again, caught again CIA. Like they had a certain interest in making people more navel gazy. Not to say that, I mean, I had my like beat phase when I was a teenager, like on the road, so cool, you know. But like when you kind of look at even some of the KPFA people were sussed out by like the vanity and the nihilism of the beats. Like one of them did say that like felt like Jack Kerouac was just like a real like depressing miserablist, and you know, I don't know. I guess people liked Allen Ginsberg more.
I kind of have a soft spot for Jack Kerouac, although he did become a huge reactionary. But Ginsberg, like, I'm reading Howl right now, and whole intellects disgorged in total recall for 7 days and nights with brilliant eyes, meet for the synagogue cast on the pavement, who vanish into nowhere Zen, New Jersey, leaving a trail of ambiguous picture postcards of Atlantic City Hall, suffering eastern sweats and Tangerian bone grindings and migraines of China under junk withdrawal in Newark's bleak furnished room, who wandered around and around at midnight in the railroad yard, wondering where to go, and went, leaving no broken hearts, who lit cigarettes in boxcars, racketing through snow towards lonesome farms in grandfather night, who studied Plotinus, Poe, St. John of the Cross, telepathy, and Bop Kabbalah, because the cosmos instinctively vibrated at their feet in Kansas, is this that good?
Yeah, no, it's like
you know,
word
maybe at the
salad.
time when it was like
it's like SEO for like sophisticated hip people that are
it's
that
literally
kind of shit.
SEO for like sus lords who love heroin and like think of themselves as being literary and leftist. That's exactly what it is.
And he was one of those people that bounced around all over the place of like, yeah, I'm kind of a leftist, but like actually like not, and like he was just all over the like super politically like kind of slippery, like
there
promiscuous.
Actually is a
and stuff.
reference. There actually is a straight up reference to pederasty by that exact word in this poem.
Really?
Well, he's going on this litany of like who burned cigarette holes in their arms, protesting the narcotic tobacco haze of capitalism, who distributed super communist pamphlets in Union Square, weeping and undressing while the sirens of Los Alamos wailed them down and wailed down Wall, and the Staten Island ferry also wailed, New York, New York. Who broke down crying in white gymnasiums, naked and trembling before the machinery of other skeletons, who bit detectives in the neck and shrieked with delight in police cars for committing no crime but their own wild cooking pederasty and intoxication. Pederasty is a crime.
Yeah, it is a crime.
I committed no crime but pederasty. Like, okay.
Yeah, no. And he tried to slip...
no crime but pederasty.
He tried to slip it in on some fuck the police shit, but no, we caught it. Yeah, we see you.
How they called it wild cooking pederasty. I'm getting
spirit cooking pederasty.
Wild cooking, spirit cooking.
Yeah, spirit cooking. Yeah. I mean, come on. It's just really... there's so much with Ginsberg. Like, he's such a sus lord, and, you know, that is kind of emblematic of the type of celebrity that, you know, one of the susser ones that were platformed by KPFA and Pacifica in a very big way. Unfortunately, this book kind of tapers off around, like, the late 60s and doesn't get into kind of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, which I feel like would be almost like just as interesting over like the latter part of the Cold War, and maybe like how it dealt with the counterculture kind of becoming both more above ground and widely accepted, but then also like recuperated into the American mainstream to some extent, and how they navigated that. But we can't talk, I guess, about Lewis Hill's like downfall, because he didn't end up in a great place, right?
No, he did not. In fact, he ended up like in his car with the engine running, having suffocated himself. He used like a hose, right? Like a garden hose.
Yeah, he attached a hose from his muffler into the window of his car. And killed himself in his driveway. A lot of people have speculated. I think there was a lot. He gotten in this power struggle with some of the other people at the network who, in I think the late 50s or the mid 50s.
Yes, the mid 50s. In fact, like it kind of started early on. But I guess probably you could say the mid 50s, like 1953. I think it was already kind of brewing. Alan Watts actually sent him a letter at that time, a 6-page letter. And he said, after reflecting on Chinese philosophy and Far Eastern attitudes towards democracy, he asked Hill if he would consider submitting the controversy to some sort of impartial and friendly arbitration. And Hill wrote back, the various sensibilities and assumptions you advance regarding my quote-unquote position, views, and the like are in error. I have no wish to reply to them. He signed off with the words, with amazement, above his signature.
Oh, yeah. And then I guess he was also, his health was failing, and his doctors started giving him what they called monster shots of cortisone to like heal help his
that was
back.
Another really
bizarre
thing.
They started injecting with tons of cortisone, which I guess causes like mental like confusion and weird behavior. People almost like had him arrested for disorderly behavior when he was wandering around on the street. People thought he was drunk. People tried to warn him about cortisone, but he disregarded it. And I guess Gertrude Chiarito, the music host, suspected when he could no longer get it from his physician, he'll obtain the substance in non-prescription form. And his interactions at KPFA became increasingly bizarre. This is weird. Chiarito later recalled a conversation with Hill in the hallway during this time. Quote, I have to talk to you. You're the only person I can trust, he said. What do you do when everyone is against you? Hill asked later. Chiarito tried to reassure her friend of almost a decade, but without success. It finally got to the point where you were so afraid to talk to him, she remembered, because you knew that he was misinterpreting anything you said in his paranoia. So, Yeah, maybe the cortisone is just making him go wacky, or he did think, because people were kind of out to get him for a while and trying to force him out of the picture, right? And eventually, I mean, a lot of people think that, like,
this,
it was
by
really...
the way, was at the time that Gregory Bateson was brought in as part of a structure committee.
Oh, yeah.
To decide, you know, what reforms would be implemented, implemented, and you know, whether it would be Hill's vision that continued, or the parties that were against them, mostly represented by Hamilton. What was his first name? The other guy.
Hamilton was the guy that he beefed with, that almost forced him out.
Sort of ringleader of the beef against him. But anyway, yeah, those are the two factions, and that was when Gregory Bateson was brought in to sort of mediate between these factions as part of a structure committee. He would go on to be like one of the big founders of the human potential movement.
And along with his wife Margaret Mead, who I think they did like the Macy conferences on cybernetics in the late 50s and early 60s. That I remember. I'm almost. I'd have to look through my old tweets. I swear that I did find a few years ago a picture of like Timothy Leary and Aldous Huxley like sitting together at one of those Macy conferences run by Bateson and Mead. So like even in like the late 50s, they were basically all networking with each other and building what would become like, you know, this like vanguard of like psychedelic cool dudes. Like
yes, he believed that people would be better off if they didn't believe in things so much. That's what Bateson had to say.
Yeah.
If of two nations, each comes to believe in the hostility of the other, that hostility is real to this extent, and to the extent that each acts upon its belief. But it is unreal, and there is therefore always some hope for international affairs insofar as the belief is conceivably reversible. All right.
Okay, yeah, nothing means anything. You can't apprehend the world. Just, you know, just like give up.
It's impossible to have any coherent idea of the world. Yes.
Yeah. So, and then I guess when was it on? This is weird. Yet another person had a weird premonition dream on the night that Lewis Hill killed himself. It was Chirito, I think. She had a dream.
That was after he died, that she had a dream of seeing him dead.
Oh, okay. That's right. There were a few more dreams that I think...
Now I've also forgotten her name. Elsa
Knight Thompson. Oh, no, Eleanor McKinney. Eleanor McKinney. Yeah, Eleanor McKinney had several more.
Some other dreams too. Yeah.
She had one that made her believe. She had one where she like went to the KPFA studios, and at the top of the stairs there was like an overwhelming white light, and she interpreted that to mean that KPFA was going to like inaugurate like a millennium of world peace, and you know she just ran with that basically. So like a lot of people having like, I don't know, I guess it's part of the vibe there to have like, you know, premonitions, dreams, whatever. I think what was it, 1957, 3 months after his 38th birthday, he killed himself with his car. He attached a garden hose from the exhaust pipe into the front seat. He left behind a brief poem, not for anger or despair, but for peace and a kind of home. And yeah, people were pretty devastated by that because, of course, like a pacifist killed himself. It was very awkward for Pacifica to kind of explain that. And a lot of people believe that Pacifica's endless like feuding had driven him over the edge, and that's why he did it.
I think we have an example in this country, Pacifica Radio, where I originally came out of. You know, Pacifica was founded in 1949 in Berkeley, California, by a war resistor named Lou Hill. He came out of the detention camps, and he said, there has to be a media outlet that is not run by corporations that profit from war, that is not run by corporations as George Gerbner, founder of the Cultural Environment Movement, former dean at the Annenberg School of Communications, University of Pennsylvania, said, not run by corporations that have nothing to tell and everything to sell, that are raising our children today. So Pacifica was born, the first station KPFA in Berkeley in 1949, second station 10 years later in Los Angeles, 59, KPFK. 1960 WBAI in New York, 1977 WPFW in Washington, and 1970 KPFT in Houston. Those are the 5 Pacifica stations. They are the original models of listener sponsorship, that you turn to the listener and you say, please, if you appreciate what you hear, you don't have to agree with everything, but if you appreciate this forum for people to debate and discuss the critical issues of the day, please support it. KPFT, when it went on the air in 1970, within a few months, this small station in Houston was blown off the air. The Ku Klux Klan blew it up. They strapped dynamite to the base of the transmitter. And I don't know if it was the Exalted Cyclops or the Grand Dragon, because I often confuse their titles. But they said it was their proudest act. I think because they understood how dangerous Pacifica is. Dangerous because it allows people to speak for themselves. And when you hear someone speaking for themselves, it breaks down the bigotry, the hatred, the caricatures that fuel the hate groups. I think that is a very important model. Now, public radio and television adopted it, National Public Radio and PBS. You know, we all know the listener and viewer fund drives on the air, but they tended to move away from that, and they're going to corporate underwriting more and more. But Pacifica has remained true to that idea of listener sponsorship, and I think that is a critical model for authentic, independent media in this country and around the world.
It's kind of up in the air. It doesn't really matter, I guess, what specifically drove him, though it is interesting that he was like so paranoid and felt like there were like people in KPFA that were like trying to get him. We can start to wrap up, but I think there's an elephant in the room that we haven't like quite gotten to yet, of like who was actually providing the majority of the money for the Ford Foundation. Spoiler alert, for KPFA starting in 1952, and it was the Ford Foundation. And, you know, we've brought them up many times, and, you know, they also bankrolled Kenneth Anger's films, I think, starting in 1964. They gave him a big, generous grant. And they're known, I think, if you're any kind of conspiracy researcher looking into American covert operations and things like that, that basically, you know that, like, the Ford Foundation has had like heavy involvement in basically, I don't know, the nonprofit imperial complex, maybe we could say, throughout the entire Cold War. So, you know, as you might guess, the way Lazar describes it, of kind of, they started right after World War II, and around the time, because I think Ansel Ford, the son of Henry Ford, who's a Nazi, by the way, in case anybody doesn't know. You know, he wrote The International Jew and a lot of, things like that. I think he was given a award by the Nazis when he visited there in the 30s. Very racist.
Henry Ford.
Henry Ford. Yeah, Henry Ford, I believe, got some kind of like Iron Cross award or something like that. And but then, you know, he had to like kind of shut up and do whatever during World War II. And so Lazar writes, before 1947, the Ford Foundation had served as a local charity in the Michigan area. The fund supported the Detroit Symphony Orchestra, a hospital, and the Henry Ford Museum. Mr. Ford himself distrusted philanthropy. Give the average man something and you make an enemy of him, he is quoting as having once said. But in 1947, after Ford died, his heirs faced a unique problem. Having just been bequeathed the largest privately controlled corporation in the country, they could expect to pay inheritance taxes of more than $300 million. To finance this bill, they would have to sell huge amounts of Ford stock, greatly diminishing their authority within the corporation. Finding this unacceptable, the Fords kept the voting stock and gave the other 90% to their foundation. The staff of the Ford Foundation moved into a manor in Pasadena, California, which they affectionately named Itching Palms. A journalist given the task of writing about the foundation described it as, quote, a large body of money surrounded by people who want some. In 1951, Lewis Hill decided to become one of those people. And I guess this is Hill probably sensed opportunity when the news got around that Paul Hoffman, past president of the Studebaker Corporation, had been named head of the Ford Foundation. Hoffman had just completed a stint as co-administrator of the Marshall Plan, the United States anti-communist relief effort in post-war Europe. The Ford Foundation's stated goals in 1949 seemed tailor-made for Pacifica's targeted audience. A report for Ford that year outlined goals 1, 2, and 4 as the establishment of peace, the strengthening of democracy, and education in a democratic society. Hoffman told a reporter that he personally wanted the foundation to discover what had to be done to secure peace. You are either going to have a war or peace, and I think we all want peace, he explained. What we have to know are the conditions that must be created to make such a peace possible. There are some things Russia must do, and some we must do, and some the other countries must do, but we don't know what they are. And, so basically, the Ford Foundation really started to kick off in like the early 50s, and I think it provided the majority. It gave, I think, a $150,000 grant to KPFA in 1952 after Lewis Hill applied for it. And Paul Hoffman was the president at that time from 50 to 53. That name will come up later. He basically ran the Marshall Plan. So this is a pretty heavy-hitting guy. And so Lewis Hill kind of has to do this little dance because obviously, even on the surface, the Ford Foundation is not anti-capitalist. Sure, they want to make the world a better place. But yeah, obviously, they had other agendas as well, right? And just to go, in case people don't exactly know, there's a great article on radical.com called The Ford Foundation and the CIA, a documented case of philanthropic collaboration with the secret police by James Petrus. This is written at the end of 2001, right after 9/11. And, he just gives, the basic overview here is that the CIA uses philanthropic foundations as the most effective conduit to channel large sums of money to agency projects without alerting the recipients to their source. From the early 50s to the present, the CIA's intrusion into the foundation field was and is huge. A U.S. congressional investigation in 1976 revealed that nearly 50% of the 700 grants in the field of international activities by the principal foundations were funded by the CIA. The CIA considers foundations such as Ford, quote, the best and most plausible kind of funding cover. The collaboration of respectable and prestigious foundations, according to one former CIA operative, allowed the agency to fund, quote, a seemingly limitless range of covert action programs affecting youth groups, labor unions, universities, publishing houses, and other private institutions. The latter included human rights groups beginning in the 1950s to the present. One of the most important private foundations collaborating with the CIA over a significant span of time in major projects in the cultural Cold War is the Ford Foundation. So it says here, the leaders of the Ford Foundation were in total agreement with Washington's post-World War II projection of world power. A noted scholar of the period writes, at times it seemed as if the Ford Foundation was simply an extension of government in the area of international cultural propaganda. The foundation had a record of close involvement in covert actions of Europe, working closely with Marshall Plan and CIA officials on specific projects. This is graphically illustrated by the naming of Richard Bissell as president of the foundation. I think they actually mean chairman of the foundation in 1952. In his 2 years in office, Bissell met often with the head of the CIA, Allen Dulles, and other CIA officials in a mutual search for new ideas. In 1954, Bissell left Ford to become a special assistant to Allen Dulles. Under Bissell, the Ford Foundation was, quote, the vanguard of Cold War thinking. One of the first Cold War projects was the establishment of a publishing house, Intercultural Publications, and the publication of a magazine, Perspectives, in Europe in 4 languages. The FF purpose, according to Bissell, was, quote, not so much to defeat the leftist intellectuals in dialectical combat as to lure them away from their positions. The board of directors of the publishing house was completely dominated by cultural Cold Warriors. Given the strong leftist culture in Europe in the post-war period, Perspectives failed to attract readers and went bankrupt. And, they did a few other ones, but in 1954, they had a new president, John McCloy. He epitomized imperial power. Prior to becoming president of the Ford Foundation, he had been Assistant Secretary of War under Henry Stimson, President of the World Bank, High Commissioner of Occupied Germany, Chairman of Rockefeller's Chase Manhattan Bank, Wall Street Attorney for the Big 7 oil companies, and Director of numerous corporations. As High Commissioner in Germany, McCloy had provided cover for scores of CIA agents like Nazis, basically. McCloy integrated the Ford Foundation with CIA operations. He created an administrative unit within the Ford Foundation specifically to deal with the CIA. McCloy headed a 3-person consultation committee with the CIA to facilitate the use of the Ford Foundation for a cover and conduit of funds. With these structural linkages, the Ford Foundation was one of those organizations the CIA was able to mobilize for political warfare against the anti-imperialist and pro-communist left. Numerous CIA fronts received major Ford Foundation grants. Numerous supposedly independent CIA-sponsored cultural organizations, human rights groups, artists, and intellectuals received CIA Ford Foundation grants. One of the biggest ones was to the CIA Organized Congress for Cultural Freedom, which received $7 million by the early 60s. And yeah, I mean, you basically get the idea there where, you know, basically, what's up, KPFA? Like, this is not so good here. You know, it says that that basically, you know, from its very origins, there was a close structural relation and interchange of personnel at the highest levels between the CIA and the Ford Foundation. This structural tie was based on the common imperial interests which they shared. The result of their collaboration was the proliferation of a number of journals and access to the mass media, which pro-U.S. intellectuals used to launch vituperative polemics against Marxists and other anti-imperialists. The Ford Foundation funding of these anti-Marxist organizations and intellectuals provided a legal cover for their claims of being independent of government funding. The Ford Foundation funding of CIA cultural fronts was important in recruiting non-communist intellectuals who were encouraged to attack the Marxist and communist left. Many of these non-communist leftists later claimed that they were, quote, duped, that had they known the Ford Foundation was fronting for the CIA, they would not have lent their name and prestige. This disillusionment of the anti-communist left, however, took place after revelations of the FF-CIA collaboration were published in the press. Were these anti-communist social democrats really so naive as to believe that all the congresses at luxury villas and 5-star hotels in Lake Como, Paris, and Rome, all the expensive art exhibits and glossy magazines were simple acts of voluntary philanthropy? Perhaps, but even the most naive must have been aware that in all the congresses and journals, the target of criticism was, quote, Soviet imperialism and communist tyranny and leftist apologists of dictatorship, despite the fact that it was an open secret the U.S. intervened to overthrow the Arbenz government in Guatemala, the Mossadegh regime in Iran, et al., etc. Yeah, so this author feels that the indignation and claims of innocence by many anti-communist left intellectuals, like so many at KPFA, after their membership in CIA cultural fronts was revealed, must be taken with a large amount of cynical skepticism. One prominent journalist, Andrew Kopkin, wrote of a deep sense of moral disillusionment with the private foundation-funded CIA cultural fronts. Kopkin wrote, "The distance between the rhetoric of the open society and the reality of control was greater than anyone thought. Everyone who went abroad for an American organization was, in one way or another, a witness to the theory that the world was torn between communism and democracy, and anything in between was treason. The illusion of dissent was maintained. The CIA supported socialist Cold Warriors, fascist Cold Warriors, black and white Cold Warriors. The Catholicity and flexibility of the CIA operations were major advantages, but it was a sham pluralism, and it was utterly corrupting." And
yeah, it does sound very much like KPFA.
Yeah,
sounds pretty much a very apt description.
This article even mentions friend of Pacifica, Dwight MacDonald. It says, you know, when U.S. journalist Dwight MacDonald, who was an editor of Encounter, a Ford Foundation CIA-funded influential cultural journal, sent an article critical of U.S. culture and politics, it was rejected by the editors, working closely with the CIA. In the field of painting and theater, the CIA worked with the Ford Foundation to promote abstract expressionism against any artistic expression with a social content, providing funds and contacts for highly publicized exhibits in Europe and favorable reviews by sponsored journalists. The interlocking directorate between the CIA, the Ford Foundation, and the New York Museum of Modern Art led to a lavish promotion of, quote, individualistic art remote from the people, and a vicious attack on European painters, writers, and playwrights writing from a critical realist perspective. Abstract expressionism, whatever its artist's intention, became a weapon in the Cold War. So, you know, and they ask, like, the only issue, you know, we know that it's a fact that the Ford Foundation and CIA interlocked in pursuit of U.S. world hegemony. So we have to ask, does that relationship continue to this day? And they're writing this right after 9/11. And, you know, I think they pretty rightly point out the terrorism or democracy paradigm that was going on back then is almost identical to communism or democracy. You're either with us or the terrorists, etc. So yeah, I mean, sounds kind of damning, right? Like, you're going to take the majority of your money from this thing that is so enmeshed with the CIA.
Yeah.
And you have to ask yourself, like, at what point... I could see it maybe in the early 50s, though I don't know about somebody like Betty Ford, but maybe some of these idealistic pacifists didn't quite get it, that going to something like the Ford Foundation would have opened them up to being shaped in certain ways towards a certain kind of direction.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like, well, Lewis Hill, I think, would, like, have been willing to do anything to realize his vision. I think he was very single-minded and focused on achieving his idea for KPFA, and I don't think that his ideology was was so inflexible that he... I mean, it was in a way inflexible, but not in respect to the idea of, like, not taking money from the U.S. government or whatever. Yeah, like, they were opposed to militarism, but again, like, you know, I think that he, like, it showed, like, pacifism in general showed its flexibility in terms of Dwight MacDonald being like, well, you know, can we really be pacifists, like, to defend the world from Russia? You know, like, so... Yeah. You know, and he was willing to at least change the pitch for it, or the founding conception of it, or the mission statement for it, to appease the to meet the criteria of the Mayflower Doctrine and all of that. So, and
the Ford Foundation, he revised their prospectus for the Ford Foundation grant, and that became kind of the new operating mission statement for KPFA and Pacifica, and it was kind of a compromise with his, like, staunch anarcho-pacifist principles, and being more of a kind of, like, free speech, like, liberal open space where people could debate ideas, and, like, the First Amendment could be upheld. Because actually, going back to, like, the Cowboy and Yankee War thing, it is interesting that a lot of these groups that, like, spawned out of the Ford Foundation in the early 50s, they were kind of pushing back against McCarthyism, but they certainly were not, like, sympathetic to Marxism or communism. They were still Cold Warriors, but they didn't like the idea that some of their friends and, like, people in high society were getting called out by this, like, alcoholic senator and ruining their careers and blacklisting all their cool art friends who maybe just, like, flirted with it in the 30s. And they thought that, like, that's not the way to do it. And I think actually, like, strategically speaking, that was very smart, and that was correct, probably. That doing the hard fist of, like, I mean, God, talk about authoritarian, like, getting people completely fired from, like, blacklisted from entire industries, like, sending screenwriters to jail, like, basically, like, sending informants everywhere, like, infiltrating, like, nonprofit, you know, just, like, or creating entire nonprofits just to, like, manipulate culture in general, and having, like, you know, J. Edgar Hoover running kind of absolutely rampant, having blackmailed, like, everybody in government. It just, you know, the level of that's hard to maintain. I think that's kind of volatile. So I think they had a softer touch of, like, no, there's a more sophisticated, subtler way to, like, root out the communist influence and things like that. And it's kind of, you know, it's kind of good cop, bad cop a little bit, though. If you really look into who was behind the Ford Foundation, it is, like, bad cop all the way down. Like, this is the absolute bleeding edge. Honestly, I found stuff. I feel like, you know, the Ford Foundation, I'll have to see reading more Pynchon, but I feel like he was aware of these types of people very much, because I think at least one of them, I could see some names that are obviously that, like, Pynchon crib from, like, Boston Brahmin families. But yeah, I think the interest, well, first of all, just to get out of the way, I do not believe that Betty Ford and, like, the Ford family are related. I've looked into it, but I cannot find anything, nor, just like that guy in Utah, I guess there's just Fords everywhere. But anyways, so
Ford is a common name.
Yeah, so the people that were, like, presidents of, I think maybe if we just run down this list real quick, like, who was the president during this, like, formative KPFA era, who was, like, steering the ship of the Ford Foundation, you start to see just this like absolute rogues gallery of like deep state motherfuckers. So the first prominent person, I've listed them out here, you could see, was H. Rowan Geither, who's a very prominent San Francisco attorney, and he, I believe, he was the president of the Ford Foundation from 1953 to 1956. He was a co-founder of the Rand Corporation, and he was the first chairman of the Meter Corporation that, remember, we talked about Noam Chomsky doing a little work for in the early 60s? Yeah, so there we go. And he was the one that encouraged the Ford Foundation to embrace an international scope and not just be a domestic charity. And so I think read into that what you will. He wrote a report, like a big report for the Ford Foundation in 1947. He's also, the thing that he's most known for, I think, was called like the Geither Commission. And that basically is where the idea of the missile gap came from in the late 50s. So like the same people that Noam Chomsky was like, actually all my friends who worked on missile defense were against like nuclear war. You know, like this guy was kind of like part of that. It was like the head of the committee, and he vastly exaggerated the ICBM capabilities and like the nuclear attack potential of the Soviet Union, and said that, well, we're like outnumbered 20-1 and like they're going to attack us any minute. And basically, this is that guy, and he ran the Ford Foundation not long after that. And the Meter Corporation, so that's like straight up military industrial complex, and the Rand Corporation, need I say more. Also interesting, given that he was a San Francisco lawyer, he was the co-founder of a law firm called Draper, Gaither, and Anderson, one of the first venture capital firms on the West Coast, together with William H. Draper Jr., a retired Army general, and Frederick L. Anderson, a retired Air Force general. And they are one of the venture capital firms that provided the first seed funding for internet companies. So there we go again. You know, you got Louis Terman's son, and then you got like, you know, this guy who headed the Meter Corporation, who'd gone to MIT, Rand Corporation, and also the Drapers. That name still pops up. I think the grandson of William H. Draper Jr. is like a big crypto guy, and he's a VC. And his father was they're like four generations of Drapers in Silicon Valley. They're like incredibly influential family. And he was in the law firm with this guy. So there's that. I guess, you know, he died of lung cancer anyways. So the chairman of the Ford Foundation during that same period was Richard Bissell, who was the architect of the U-2 spy plane program and one of the architects of the Bay of Pigs invasion. Very cool. And, you know, very progressive. And he worked at the Ford Foundation before and after his time at the CIA, I believe, like that article said, working for Allen Dulles. And also, he would have been the chairman, I believe, at the time when they started funding Pacifica Radio. So, I guess there's something about it that he didn't find too objectionable. And then, of course, there's Paul Hoffman, who we brought up before, who was the president of the Ford Foundation from 1950 to 53, and was the one Lewis Hill had met and helped, you know, basically, I guess, signed off on their funding. And he was the head of the Marshall Plan. He was also, I believe he was involved, now this is a little interesting side quest here. I think he was involved in something called the Fund for the Republic, which I think got funded by the Ford Foundation, or it was like a sub-foundation of it. And it was one of these like wishy-washy NGOs that was about like studying democracy. And it started in New York, but then it morphed into something called the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions. And in 1959, it moved to Santa Barbara and was, I think, active there until the late 70s. And that just jumped out at me a little because, Khalid, I don't know if you remember who went to high school and college and graduate school in Santa Barbara.
And worked as a graduate professor there, or an adjunct professor there, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe not, but I think you're referring to Aquino.
Yes, Michael Aquino. Yeah, spent a lot of time down there, and that just kind of like jumped out at me a little bit because like not only because a lot of these same people would end up like boomeranging back to KPFA, in particular like Paul Hoffman, who was the head of the Ford Foundation, you know, when they funded KPFA. Just so happens that about 13 years later, his son, Halleck Hoffman, would become president of the Pacifica Foundation and take it over. So, that's a kind of interesting thing there. But Halleck Hoffman worked at the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara. He was also a colleague of W.H. Ping Ferry, who was mentioned in the book, and I think that was one of the wealthy guys that they kind of recruited. Actually, no, I think he worked for the Ford Foundation as well, and was like a rich guy and stuff. But then, I noticed something else that I dug up real quick that is interesting. So maybe some people know that Michael Aquino was fond of occasionally posting on abovetopsecret.com back, in the early 2010s. Yeah. And he did an AMA once in like 2013. And people were just asking him questions. And one that jumped out at me was they asked him, did you personally know Israel Regardie? And who is an occult author that has affected you in the Temple of Set the most? I don't know who Israel Regardie is, but Aquino says, yes, I knew Francis very well and often visited with him at his home in North Hollywood. Very gracious and intelligent gentleman. I don't think I can nail down any one occult author because I've known so many and learned something from all of them. Some, like Anton LaVey, were much more profound than their public image. Some, like Raghavan Iyer, were difficult to really understand without active effort on your part. My own parents, Michael Sr. and Betty Ford-Aquino, taught me more than I can ever repay, and I'm still continuing to realize long after they joined their ancestors. And then he also mentions that some of his best occult teachers, accordingly, would be quite surprised to hear anything they said or wrote described as occult. My one-time boss at the armor school at Fort Knox, Brigadier General George S. Patton, son of Old Blood and Guts, would probably have kicked me out of his office if I had thus complimented him. Weird wink emoji. So there you go again with the guy that was like Patton's son, who was like a huge John Bircher, and et cetera, like you mentioned in the Q episode. But two things jumped out. One, that he kind of included his parents as one of the occult authors that has affected him the most. So that's another kind of interesting thing, especially with Betty Ford. But also he mentioned this name that I didn't recognize, Raghavan Iyer. And so I just looked him up real quick and thought, oh, who's this guy that Aquino was influenced by? It doesn't sound very satanic, but it turns out he's an Indian academic who was the first Indian Rhodes Scholar. So like, whoop whoop, CIA alert, or MI6 alert, I suppose. But then basically got really into, he moved to the University of Santa Barbara in 1965, which actually would have been around the time that I think Aquino was in high school, or maybe he was in college at that point. Yeah, I think he might have been at UCSB when Raghavan Iyer came. He was educated at Oxford and was a political science professor, and but here's interesting: he was a founding member of the Santa Barbara branch of the United Lodge of Theosophists, and also co-founded the Institute of World Culture in Santa Barbara in 1976. And so this guy was like very big into theosophy. Oh, but wait, guess what? He also, in 1964, when he first moved to California, became a member of the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, a think tank run by Roger Hutchins that assembled many of the great minds of the time, and then went on, to be... his wife was also like very big into theosophy, and he actually wrote a book called Parapolitics Towards the City of Man and the Moral and Political Thought of Mahatma Gandhi. So yeah, this guy who Aquino mentioned as an influence was both connected to the Ford Foundation that his mom's station KPFA was being funded by, and also was huge into theosophy, which a bunch of other people at KPFA were totally obsessed with. And then Aquino, it's not clear like when Aquino got really into like Satanism or the occult, right? Like even in his autobiography, he doesn't really get into like, oh, when I was a kid, like I think he says like when he was a teenager and he saw Rosemary's Baby, but that would have been after he had been in Santa Barbara for a number of years.
For someone like Aquino, occult knowledge and just like knowledge in general, like probably wouldn't be separate, like
he did say that. He said, yeah. He literally said, I'd add that occult
kind of
learning
like
at its best
like,
is not something separate from ordinary learning. Yeah.
To be fair to
that.
Aquino, it's kind of like, if someone said, like, who are the greatest, like, Muslim teachers, like, in your life, and you said, like, if you didn't come from a Muslim family, like, if you said, like, my mom and my dad, like, you know, still taught me like important principles that, like, you know, in retrospect I realize like are Islamic or something, you know, that wouldn't be like such a, you know, so it wouldn't necessarily mean that your parents were Muslim is what I mean. So
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
But
There's a liminality
it's
there.
Very probable that his dad was that his mom was a Nazi. It seems pretty probable, or at least had
and maybe
certain Nazi
I don't know
sympathies. You know,
and
and you
maybe
know,
a Theosophist.
KPFA, you know, maybe, you know, or definitely at least into that type of thing. You know, I mean, it wasn't really so unusual to be like at least curious about that type of stuff. You know, like someone like Alan Watts. Pretty mainstream ultimately, especially like within that milieu of KPFA to entertain those ideas. So it really depends, like, you know, I don't know, like how diehard of a Theosophist she was. It doesn't seem to be the case. She seems like, you know, a little bit more normie almost. You know, she wasn't someone who was like, you know, like engaged or like immersed in theosophy to the point that she has like a footprint as a Theosophist, but I don't know.
That's the thing. It's also concealed. It's also concealed with, you know, it's like, oh, I went and got married at a Swedenborgian church. I casually joined my son's satanic cult. Like, you know, what's the big deal? Like, I lived in Nazi Germany, but I work for like a hippy dippy pacifist radio station. Just like, you know, it's like going, it's like going overseas to like, you know, fight for like a U.S. proxy army and as a bit. You just kind of have to ask yourself a little bit, like, wait, what? You know, like, wait, at a certain point, irony can't quite explain everything. There's something a little bit odd going on, you know, perhaps. And yeah, also, but just, but, you know, so, okay, there's like a few weird connections with like, Aquino down in Santa Barbara with these people that are connected to a thing that's connected to the Ford Foundation and is kind of like run by a lot of the same people that also would, I mean, in the case of Halleck Hoffman, who is the son of Paul Hoffman, the president of the Ford Foundation, Halleck Hoffman became president of the Pacific Foundation in 1966. So the son of the Ford Foundation president, like himself, like came down to directly run Pacifica in the 60s, just as things were really heating up. And then there was a kind of interstitial, another director after, after H. Rowan Gaither, the lawyer who did, you know, the MITRE Corporation and everything, and Rand, it was followed by Henry T. Heald. And I was amazed at going through this. It's like the most sus resume throughout pretty much the entire Cold War. Like every single hit is just like, oh, here we go. So basically Heald, not a long bio, but he was the president of the Illinois Institute of Technology. And he led a team that investigated the idea of a research institute on the West Coast and made proposals that would result in the creation of SRI International. And he appeared on the cover of Time magazine in 1957 for his work at the Ford Foundation, and he did receive the Hoover Medal for engineering in 1959. Anyways, like, so that was him. But then in 1966, when Vietnam's heating up and the 60s are heating up, and KPFA is getting, by this point Lewis Hill's long dead, but KPFA is getting, the younger generation is getting a little more politically, you know, adversarial about, you know, the Vietnam War, the free speech movement in Berkeley. And so, again, the main funder of the Pacifica Radio, the Ford Foundation, who becomes president in, 1966? None other than Mick George Bundy, the National Security Advisor to John F. Kennedy and LBJ, and widely regarded as the architect of the Vietnam War. Like, literally, the guy who, like, pushed for the escalation of the Vietnam War. This guy's bio is a doozy. I'll just go through the greatest hits real quick. He was an intelligence officer during World War II. He went to the private Dexter Lower School in Brookline, Massachusetts, and the elite Groton School, where he placed first in his class and ran the student newspaper. Biographer David Halberstam writes, he, McGeorge Bundy, attended Groton, the greatest prep school in the nation, where the American upper class sends its sons to instill the classic values: discipline, honor, a belief in the existing values values and the rightness of them. Coincidentally, it's at Groton that one starts to meet the right people, and where connections, which will serve well later on, be it at Wall Street or Washington, are first forged. One learns at Groton, above all, the rules of the game and even a special language, what washes and does not wash. So then he went to Yale University, 1 year behind his brother William. When applying to Yale, Bundy wrote on the entrance exam, quote, "This question is silly. If I were giving the test, this is the question I would ask, and this is my answer." Despite this, he was still admitted to Yale, as he was awarded a perfect score on his entrance exam. At Yale, he served as secretary of the Yale Political Union, chairman of its Liberal Party, and wrote for the literary magazine. And like his father, he was inducted into the Skull and Bones Society, where he was nicknamed Odin. He remained in contact with his fellow bonesmen for decades afterwards. And, then he went on to work for Thomas Dewey's presidential campaign after he lost. He became a political analyst at the Council on Foreign Relations, where he studied Marshall Plan aid in Europe with a group that included Dwight Eisenhower, who was then president of Colombia, future director of CIA Allen Dulles, future CIA official Richard Bissell Jr., and diplomat George Kennan. The group's deliberations were sensitive and secret, dealing as they did with the classified fact that there was a covert side to the Marshall Plan by which the CIA used certain funds to aid anti-communist groups in France and Italy. In 1950, he married Mary Buckminster Lothrop. Does that sound familiar a little bit? Lothrop? Get it? Who came from a Slothrop, the main character of Gravity's Rainbow.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, who came from a socially prominent and wealthy Boston family. Then he became the dean of Harvard's Faculty of Arts and Science. That's where he met JFK, and he was the youngest dean ever to have received an appointment at 34. And then he was brought into the White House with Kennedy, who trusted him. He was involved in the Bay of Pigs operation, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Vietnam War, and was also chair of the 303 committee responsible for coordinating government covert operations. He was a strong proponent of the Vietnam War during his tenure, believing it essential to contain communism. He supported escalating United States involvement, including commitment of hundreds of thousands of ground troops in the sustained bombing of North Vietnam in 1965. Well, and I guess, he was sad when Kennedy died, but then quickly Robert Kennedy stopped liking him and considered him a turncoat. He also had rough relations with Johnson, who distrusted Bundy because of his family's inherited wealth and his elite status as a product of Ivy League universities, and much preferred McNamara, who only became rich as an executive with Ford. And they're going to go with Ford again. And then for his part, Bundy found many of Johnson's mannerisms highly offensive, such as the practice of exposing his penis to prove that he was well endowed, and refusing to close the bathroom door when he was using the toilet. So yeah, there's that. That guy ran the Ford Foundation for 13 years. 13 years through the hottest period of political turmoil, basically the 60s and 70s, right up to Reagan, basically. Not looking good, Pacifica. Not looking good. But yet he missed the totally radical radio network that was changing everything, man. It was right under his nose the whole time. He just forgot to not send them $150,000 check every year.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Slipped out. Mm-hmm.
It just slipped his mind. Bumbling imperialist. Once again. And after that, just because you think of course, the other person who is the chairman of the Ford Foundation from 1958 to 1965, who was also this is John J. McCloy, well known to real conspiracy heads, trustee of the Rockefeller Foundation, 1946-49, and chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations, member of the Draper Committee that would also involve Geither. That was another, I think there was another related committee. And whatnot. Oh, by the way, McCloy was a member of the Warren Commission and was president of the World Bank right after World War II, and was the chairman of Chase Manhattan Bank, which was the Rockefeller Bank throughout the 50s. He became a named partner in the Rockefeller-associated law firm Milbank, Tweed, Hadley, and McCloy. He also acted for the Seven Sisters oil companies, the leading multinational oil companies, including Exxon, in their initial confrontations with the nationalization movement in Libya, as well as negotiations with Saudi Arabia and OPEC. Because of his stature in the legal world and his long association with the Rockefellers and as a presidential advisor, he was sometimes referred to as the chairman of the American establishment. And during World War II, he was also Assistant Secretary of State to Henry L. Stimson, who was the Secretary, maybe the Secretary of War. I think I wrote that wrong. And he also formed McCoy formed the predecessor to the CIA itself. He was tasked by Henry Stimson in the early 40s to sort out the political tensions in the pre-war intelligence community. And to sort this out, he and William Donovan created a new intelligence program, the OSS, that attempted to fuse all the forms of intelligence in a way that was modeled in the British intelligence agencies, and was basically became the blueprint for the founding of the CIA and the National Security Act of 47. And that's you get the idea, right? The last guy of the Cold War. Yes. I just want to say, speaking of people that were working for the CIA but thought it was groovy. The last one, interesting twist, was Franklin A. Thomas, who was the first African-American to head the Ford Foundation, and thus wasn't a 10th generation skull and bonesman. But he, rose up, I think, to be a very, he went to Columbia, of course. But interestingly, for 1971 to 1974, Thomas was romantically involved with Gloria Steinem after she interviewed him for an article in New York Magazine, and he later married Kate Roosevelt Whitney. Whitney is the daughter of James Roosevelt, the granddaughter of FDR and Harvey Cushing. After her mother divorced James Roosevelt, she remarried to John Hay Whitney, who adopted the daughter. So this guy still managed to marry into both the Roosevelt and the Whitney family. So, he got his come up there. And pretty much every other person that's been in charge of it is on the Council of Foreign Relations or has worked for the Rockefellers and et cetera, et cetera. So this is the foundation that for a long time was funding Pacifica Radio.
And do they still fund them?
That is a good question, actually. In all of this excitement, I didn't even look up if that really, because as Betty Ford-Aquino said, if we just get a little bit more funding, we can be completely self-sufficient, and we don't need. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I remember this interesting twist. In 2015, then California Attorney General Kamala Harris ordered an audit of the Pacifica Foundation while the organization was experiencing financial crisis, and after they lost funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which I think was either initially started by the Ford Foundation, the Pacifica Foundation faced extreme budget issues, ordering the KPFA Berkeley station to either raise $250,000 in revenue or cut the same amount by the end of 2015. And all the different affiliates had to basically gut their staff and their funding. And I guess it's in a pretty, here we go. Notable funders of the Pacifica Foundation, this is at least as recent as 2017, include the Ford Foundation, Craigslist Charitable Fund, and the California Endowment. And they also have gotten millions from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, a government-funded organization which funds public broadcasting all across the U.S., which I think was originally set up by the Ford Foundation, or they heavily lobbied for its creation back in the it was founded by LBJ, of all people. Maybe George Bundy gave him the idea. But there you go. So, as of today, don't you think that's interesting? That it's they haven't been able to get off the teat of the Ford Foundation for almost 60, 70 years now. We'll wrap up now, but I don't know. All that we're not done with Ford Foundation. I think there's a lot more.
I'm sure they'll come up
dig
again.
Into, but I don't know. What do you think? What's your takeaway at the end of that? It's all circumstantial. Could be totally innocent, but I don't know.
It's not very innocent. It's interesting that the KPFA has had labor problems and been in financial straits, bad financial straits all throughout the 2000s till today.
And interesting that Kamala went in there and kind of twisted the knife a little bit when they were in dire straits. You would think that Kamala would defend KPFA because she's such a Northern Bay Area liberal politician, but she kind of went after them. It makes you wonder what did the Gettys hate them or something?
Intermasonic dispute, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. Who can really say? Maybe the what was it, Clarence X?
Exactly. He
demanded that they be punished for. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, well, they were siding with the they were on the other side of the Atlantean Civil War, so they had to go down. Yeah.
I guess they did. Yeah, or maybe this is like a deep intergenerational theosophist feuding going on.
Yeah,
because so many of these damn people. Yeah. But this network of radio stations, extremely influential, probably not always for the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's there's a lot of interlocks there, and they definitely can be extrapolated into the present in many respects. You can see their tentacles in a lot of things.
This is actually of all the episodes we've done so far, this might be the one where I am most tempted to actually sit down with a big piece of paper and try to draw an interlock chart with all these people, because it's getting hard to even keep track of. There's so many interlocks with these Ford Foundation people, and then like weird theosophists, and then KPFA, and then these like hippie people, just like all these counterculture kind of celebrity idols that it's just so. And then the Aquino, the Aquino influence on the margins, which is definitely there, but we still I think we might have to dig even deeper to get more crumbs as to
eventually one day maybe we'll get to go to some of these archives where some of this stuff is like lurking and do some like real actual research beyond like the internet. Eventually we'll have more resources, possibly.
I might actually try. I just noticed that the Pacifica Radio archives are actually in Los Angeles, so I might actually take it upon myself to try to order one or two, probably before this episode comes out, so they don't hear it and refuse to give me anything. But there's a lot of stuff that's not actually digitized, but they do have it on tape reels, and I guess you can request it and pay them some money and get it. So I'm gonna look around and see if they have any Betty Ford programs still preserved, or maybe some other people, from later. We'll see. But they were there. I mean, God, it's like KPFK and KPFA. They were there for not Woodstock, but like the Summer of Love, the Human Being, Altamont, the Manson murders, the SLA, like all of that crazy stuff that was happening in California in the 60s and 70s, and people were really turning to them. I mean, not to mention the assassinations of JFK and Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy in Los Angeles. I think probably a lot of people had a lot of questions, and so it must have been reassuring to the KPFA staff that the person in charge of the foundation that was funding them was sitting on the Warren Commission and getting to the bottom of all of it, so they didn't have to, right?
Yeah. Probably, definitely.
Even though people like Dave Emery, I think, have been on WBAI, so they do that as well. They even had some pro-Soviet people, like I think William Mandel for a while, who was really more of an anti-communist than he was kind of a pro-Soviet. But he had a regular program, I think, in maybe the late 50s, early 60s. He did get hauled in front of Congress and all that stuff. But they did, once the high McCarthyism had kind of ended, they were able to put in some kind of Marxist adjacent people, or they were, they'd have the Black Panthers on. They did have Paul Robeson on, but at the end of the day, I think that there's this DNA of like the anarcho-pacifist utopian was kind of still in KPFA. I think especially I've listened to it in the last year or so whenever I've been up in the Bay Area, and it's like totally on that. I mean, now it's just, I don't know. It's like all kind of democracy now-ish. Sometimes there's some interesting, academics on or something. They do talk about pretty lefty stuff, but it's also with a lot of kind of like Alan Wattsy hippie stuff kind of mixed in with it, about how we really have to like reimagine and like decolonize reality or something like that. Just like there's still a feeling of like, oh, we can't comprehend anything. Yeah, it's just like Dwight MacDonald said, like, it's to completely give up on finding any kind of framework to comprehend the universe and just go down to the Esalen hot tubs and like do mescaline with Walter Breen and like talk about Greek love. I don't know, but it just
yeah.
It's a regrettable sight. You hate to see it, and I think there's DNA even in the podcast verse today that we have to be vigilant about, because I don't think these things helped liberate or elevate people's consciousness or a lot of the other things that its biggest boosters claimed it would do. I think it did whatever I would have to assume it did whatever the Ford Foundation was paying it to do, even if they didn't think of it that, even if the KPFA volunteers didn't think about it that way. But why else would they be dumping all that money onto them instead of just letting the government squash their license and put them away, right? Maybe it's better to have, say, like a Marxist-Leninist jokester who can go out there and then they become the nexus point for people that are interested and sympathetic to that kind of stuff. And then you can have a little more of a fine-tuned influence over it. Maybe even without the person fully understanding that that's what's going on. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Folks, they got us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not anymore. So, yeah, I guess we won't be invited on KPFA, but we wouldn't get paid anyways because nobody gets paid there. So, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, what are you going to do? But, yeah, I guess...
definitely need to be on one of their panels. Yeah.
No.
We'll certainly be returning to this stuff. It's not the end.
Yeah,
for sure.
I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
I did... Yeah, the last thing I'll say is I was listening to it like maybe a month or two ago, and I just caught 10 or 15 minutes of it. But like the first time I turned on 94.1 KPFA, the host was like extolling the local teachers union in the Bay Area for refusing to go back to school and like resume in-person teaching. And they were saying, like, that is, like, you are the heroes of the barricades. Like, basically, I don't know. I have complicated feelings about that. The kind of the teachers' unions being like, we're never going to open the schools again. Like, no. Like, we're not going to, no, it can't make us go back. You know? And, like, KPFA was just kind of, like, riding hard. They just have kind of, like, a eternally naive, I think, like, not super sophisticated for all their talk of like spiritual whatever and like ontological liberation. They kind of have like a very perpetually naive view of like politics and the dynamics of things. Maybe it's their allergy to dialectics, but I don't know. So yeah, they want like iPad classrooms forever now is like the progressive anarchist vision that they have. So pretty cool. Pretty radical.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
we'll come back to this again. We're not done.
Mm-hmm. No, we're not.
It was hard to even get that. This is like 4 hours. Like, it was hard to even cram in. We didn't even get everything in there.
Yeah, 4 hours and counting. Yeah. It's it's Ramadan, so we gotta wake up early and eat things. Just
yeah, you gotta. That's right. Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll be hungry all day. So it's like.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I hope Allah filled your belly with fire for this episode. You won't, collapse or anything afterwards, but it had to be done.
Yeah. All right, so
had to be done. All right, so yeah, that's
stay
it.
Vigilant, everyone.
All right, yeah. KPFA is sus.
Yeah,
don't be an anarcho-pacifist.
Yeah, just tolerate it if somebody says and it's because they're having thoughts and they're human beings and they're not MIB. Yeah.
If a Nazi bursts into your house and points a gun at you, just talk to them. That's a direct quote from Lewis Hill, by the way. That's a direct quote.
Yeah.
So yeah, just talk to them, and until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.
In whose name and on whose behalf did the SLA execute Superintendent Foster? In what sense was there court of the people at all? In what sense was it a court? But perhaps all this has a purpose. Perhaps it is just a license to kill.
This is Joe Belden, and on this week's edition of Ramparts Report, we're going to be talking to one of the editors of Ramparts magazine itself about the editorial which is running in the current issue of the magazine, which has some pretty harsh things to say about the Symbionese Liberation Army. David Kolodny, you were just reading a little bit of the editorial. What does it essentially say?
Well, I read the passage that we reproduced on the cover of the magazine, and it's I read it because I think it shows that there's a tone of anger and a feeling of anger on our part. What has happened with the SLA, with the whole episode, is that we've become convinced that there's been a kind of irresponsibility on the left, and we're partners in that, but that it's time to call some things by their right names, to sober up, to, for example, we talk here about a license to kill. Now that maybe seems strong. It seems strong to us. We were reluctant to say that on the cover. But then we see these two men gunned down outside the bank during this holdup. They were gunned down. Those are automatic weapons. They're not for inflicting careful flesh wounds or shooting the guns out of somebody's hand. Those men could have been killed. Anybody could have been killed. And either that's justified or it's not. And if you want to claim that it's justified, then that's a license to kill, and we should face it. And if it's not justified, then we've got to come down pretty hard on it, because that's murder and attempted murder. And some of the other questions we asked, in what sense was the court of the people of the people? How many things can you do in the name of the people? How freely, how loosely can this term be invoked? It's something that we've all indulged in. I certainly can remember chanting as slogans, all power to the people. I can remember chanting the slogan, we are the people. Well, maybe the Simeonese Liberation Army put these two things together as a syllogism, and it comes out all power to us. And that's just not acceptable. And it's something that we have to begin to look at a lot more carefully, and we have to begin to say that using rhetoric like this doesn't elevate murder into something political, into something else, and it doesn't make the kinds of destructive, the kinds of indiscriminate, cruel, even inhuman activities that are carried out under the color of this rhetoric anything other than what they are. We ask, in what sense was it a court? Maybe that's a question that has come to seem something we hesitate, something we become a little bit defensive about asking. You know, is that a middle-class hang-up? Is this liberalism? Is this reformism? Do you have to have courts? Do you have to have bourgeois democratic forms? Well, of course you have to have courts. Of course you can't go around killing people without some kind of standard of political morality, without some kind of sense of what it means, what it leads to, without some kind of fixing of personal responsibility. You can't declare free fire zones outside of any bank that you choose. You can't declare fight an undeclared war in the name of the left and then cover it up afterwards by issuing warrants and appealing to some kind of fantasy Star Chamber proceeding. Maybe we have to start feeling more confident about the instincts of fairness and decency that had been so profaned by liberalism when it used them to justify things like the war in Vietnam. The answer isn't to throw out our sense of decency. The answer is to be truer to it and to make it real.
So where do you think the SLA is leading us?
Well, I don't believe it's leading us anywhere. I think it's opening the left to some very serious attacks. I think that this isn't just a rhetorical point. It's not something we can take lightly. In a sense, it's the very fact that it doesn't lead anywhere that makes you lose your bearings. What is the bank robbery? Where does that lead us? Now, if that's a significant political act, if that's a model for a political program, then I assume it should lead to more of the same. That should be that should give us a direction. Well, I did a little arithmetic, and I discovered that you'd have to carry out 400 bank robberies of taking that as an average model of success to make up for the $4 million that has been thrown away by the SLA. And I assume that you'd have to be prepared to gun down maybe 1,000 people, and a lot of them are going to die. Now, if that seems crazy, if that seems unimaginable, if that seems an unreasonable extrapolation, then what was it? Then it was precisely an isolated act. Then it was precisely an apolitical act. And it's that much more irresponsible and that much more outrageous to victimize the people who are victimized.
Do you see a connection between the motivation, the motivations for the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst and for the bank robbery itself? And do you think they're coming from the same type of thinking, whether it be political theory or not?
The thinking involved is it's expressed in all the this rhetoric about war, a state of war carried out in the name of the people, carried out against whom? Against the fascist insect. I've never even met a fascist insect, but I think it's not an accident that you get this kind of extravagant metaphorical quality in the language, because it frees you from having to say something concrete. The idea that there's a state of war in this country, if you think about it seriously, again, if you call things by the right names, that's just fantasy. And it's a dangerous fantasy. The way you can try to make sense out of it in your own mind is by a kind of leap of imagination. You say, well, there's a great struggle going on